Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Well, hold on. Kyle Draper has the day off. He was so excited about that Kings win over the Hawks, and he just said, I need some time. Actually, I believe he's watching his son play basketball today. Good luck there. So, Drive Guys today, it's Whitey and the one and only Mark Kreidler with us. How about that, Mark?
Hi, Whitey. How's it going?
Good. I can't believe you said,
thank you for that.
Sure, I can swing it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the great thing is, Whitey texts me, and I'm sort of like, I've got time.
Yeah.
So it all worked out fine.
Yeah. What have you been up to now? You're doing a lot of writing, right?
A lot of writing, yeah. But not all of it's about sports. So it's busy most of the time. I return to my journalism roots. And that's what takes most of my days and most of my weeks.
I hope you weren't writing for Sports Illustrated.
I was, but you wouldn't. I went by a different name, and
seriously?
It was
okay.
Occasionally may have appeared to have been generated, but it wasn't.
Right.
But it may have appeared that way. Just because I used a bot name. Whatever, haters gonna hate, that's fine.
I mean, you got to evolve. You got to change with the times.
Yeah, I'm also happy I'm not writing for the LA Times. They're getting absolutely slaughtered today, unfortunately. So, hey, listen, if you value local journalism, just subscribe to your local paper, wherever you happen to be. That's all you have to do.
And subscribe to Mark Kreidler's Substack piece. It's called "I Am a Dope," right?
It's called The Dope.
It's called The Dope.
But you're right in spirit,
part, right.
and I appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. And that
correct
is
in
sports.
Spirit.
That is sports.
It really is sports most of the time.
Yeah.
Unless it's choose not to.
Okay, I've never seen one that wasn't sports, really.
Well, occasionally I write about music stuff.
Oh, okay.
But I try to. But usually it's just if I do something musical, it's sort of like that song that you hear 1,000 times a day inside the stadium. Here's how it became the thing it became.
Yeah,
Stuff
gotcha.
like that.
Well, thank you very much for coming in today.
My pleasure.
Kings won last night, as you were saying during the crossover. It's like whatever, don't question it, right? They just desperately needed one. That was an odd win. Things got a little more odd after the game in some ways with De'Aaron Fox, and then word coming out that, he hasn't been talking to the media. Bottom line, though, they needed a win. They got a win, and they even made their free throws.
They did make their free throws, and they had a performance from Harrison Barnes. So there were there were some shooting stars last night, apparently. The free throw things got me just as strictly as a viewer now, right? I mean, this is, I don't talk to people inside the organization very often. I'm not going to pretend to special knowledge. Someone watching the games, it's genuinely curious.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of, you hear about it occasionally that a team can take on a characteristic, but this is an odd characteristic. I mean, normally a guy who makes his free throws will make his free throws sort of no matter what. This is almost a team slump, and that's weird. And if you're Mike Brown, I don't even know how you attack that. Practicing free throws isn't usually the answer.
Yeah, I made the mistake yesterday. We were talking to Doug Christie, and I asked him, have you ever seen a team go through a slump like that? And he's like, what's wrong with you? Don't you remember Game 7 against the Lakers in the Western Conference Final? Like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, 16 for 30. It's burned in all of our minds.
Right.
Yes, I do remember.
Yeah. But it was odd, and people would ask the players, geez, is it mental? And that's what you have to ask. But it was just so crystal clear after a few games. When you have a guy like Malik Monk, who's a good foul shooter, he misses 2 in Milwaukee. Then after that, he misses 5 against Indiana. It's like, oh yeah, it's in all their heads.
Yeah.
And then last night, it looks like they were able to get it out. Thank goodness.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
And part of it was, I think,
the brain is a powerful instrument for good and bad, Mark Kreidler.
It's a mysterious little muscle. The thing that struck me about that game was that it felt for most of 3 quarters, it felt like, well, this is kind of going to be just an everyday win, which is exactly what you would argue they needed, right? You just need an everyday win. Here's a weaker opponent that's missing, Trae Young. Just take advantage and just have your normal win. And then the fourth quarter, it got a little squirrely, but it wasn't disastrous. And they just sort of beat a team they're supposed to beat. And occasionally a little thing like that, not that it's a full reset because there's just way too much going on, but that's a breather. That's what they needed before they head out.
What do you think of fan expectations this year? Because, you were here during the glory days. You've been here during the not so glorious days, and then they break the drought last year. And now there's a lot of angst still about, wow, I thought after last year, I thought everything was fine.
Yeah.
And they're still in playoff position, but they've kind of been underperforming. And it's actually very confusing. Do you think our expectations are a little out of whack, or are they out of whack, or what's going on?
No, I think fan behavior is predictable. It always has been. One thing we're great at as fans, we're great at adjusting our expectations on the fly. So as soon as you show me the idea that you can be better, I'm all in.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like
assume,
that.
Yeah, I assume you are, because what I saw last year, and not just because of what happened, but if you follow the team, if you read about the team, if you read what the national media that doesn't have any vested interest says about the team, or I should say the organization, it's hard not to fall into that and just say, well, clearly the bad stuff's behind us now. Like the front office is all got its stuff in one bag.
So they're smart. They know what they're doing. They made this happen.
This roster's more accomplished, and even where it's younger, it's more promising. Like there's every reason to think at the end of last season, there's every reason to say, I can name you the 5 guys right now that I think are taking a big step up. To me, that's just normal fan behavior. It's not, you're not racing ahead of anything. You're just saying, wow, that was really good. I have no problem imagining that it's about to get better.
Yeah. And I think, we assume like that's what we're paying for. That's what we expect. It's not like, oh, thank you for having a good year. It's like, no, you're supposed to have a good year.
That's right.
Yeah.
Why
so
should
have another one?
You just showed me you can. Now that you've demonstrated that level of aptitude, I'm going to hold you to it. And because of that, we can sit here and talk about what's wrong with the Kings while they play with a plus 500 record.
Right.
Which even a few seasons ago would have been, even at this point of the year, borderline unthinkable.
Yep, you're right.
So put it this way, the Kings weren't involved in a ton of trade deadline conversations. And now, part of the fun is trying to figure out what do they need? How couldn't they get it? Who can they part with? which I leave to you to fill in all of those details. But that's comes with being a fan. It's like you're totally ready to change your expectation based upon what's happening right in front of you, and you can do it in 1 second because you're really all in on the team anyway.
I think I'm in the minority here. I don't think it's close. In my opinion, this year, hopefully they win a championship. But to me, if you get in the playoffs again this year, to me, boom, rubber stamp it. That's a successful season. I'm not saying they can't win in the first round. Hopefully they will, and that would be great. I know a lot of people, like Kyle says, hey, you got to do better than you did last year.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. But as you said, we've been here a long time. We remember some of those years where, all right, maybe they'll win 30 this year. So to me, if you are out of the playoffs for 16 years, and then you make the playoffs 2 years in a row, it'd be great to do better than last year. But if you don't, if you get into the playoffs, to me, that's still a good season.
Oh, I would mark it. But I'm totally willing to go along with anybody who says, no, I just got here and this is good and it should get better based on everything I saw. It's, maybe I've been here too long, but I can roll out that sort of past history where I say, you don't understand, but it's pointless to go down that road with someone who's really enthusiastic about this. Like, look, if you think they should do better, I'm a huge believer in upward pressure on a franchise. I think the pressure should be on the franchise to improve.
Mark Kreidler in for Drapes today. It's the Drive Guys here, basking in the afterglow of that Kings win. Can you explain this? Not putting pressure on you. I don't know if you can.
We both know I can't, but go ahead.
Harrison Barnes starts the year, has a great night in Utah. It's like, wow, he's back. And then it's like, okay, he's gone again. Where did he go? People wondering what's up with Harrison Barnes. Mike Brown even saying earlier this year, we don't run a lot of stuff for him. And then last night, boom, 19 in the first half, 32 points, 10 of 20. They were clearly looking for him. I remember one play, Sabonis is looking at HB and HB's in the corner and Sabonis is like nodding to him like, yeah, come. I'm going to give you the ball. And then he scores. Yeah. It was like he seemed like a different player and his teammates treated him like he was a different player. What's going on?
Again, shooting star, right? There have been multiple games this season, I should say, when he looked as though he might not even need the minutes he was getting. To put it unkindly. And I'm a big Harrison Barnes fan, and I thought they should have, signed him to the deal they did. Like I was on board with all that stuff. So it's not that. Last night was one of those moments where I think, first of all, he demonstrated early in the game that he was on. No team's going to go away from a guy who's making his shots.
Very early, yeah.
And then, as the game plays out, De'Aaron's not feeling it. And a couple of your other shooters aren't necessarily on fire. If you're Sabonis or anybody else, who are you looking for? Yeah. Well, why don't I just give it to the guy who keeps scoring?
Right. Like the guy who keeps making shots. What a novel concept.
This is Mike Brown's system more than allows for that. Right? More than allows for an aware player to just say, let's feed that guy until somebody shows they can stop him. And, Atlanta plays porous defense anyway. And,
right.
And he was,
when they play any defense, it's porous defense.
That's right. Poor or porous.
Yeah.
But he's getting the looks he wants. He's getting, and you've watched him a lot, Whitey, full well, maybe even more than most players. He's got a couple of spots that if he's there, that's a shot. And he was getting those spots all night.
Yeah.
He was getting his shots where he wanted them.
Things kind of normalized in the second half, but in the first half, I was sitting next to Chris Biederman, and at halftime, he was just looking at me going, it was just weird. And I was like, yeah. And I was looking at the stats, and in the first half, Harrison Barnes took more shots than Sabonis and Fox combined.
Sure.
It's like, is that right? What is going on here? Obviously, it was smart basketball. It just seemed to come out of nowhere. And of course, it got people's tongues a wag and like, they're showcasing him or he's showcasing himself. I don't know, but it was weird, but it was something the Kings absolutely needed last night.
But that could all be true. When it's kind of irrelevant in the moment. I'm sure he would like to showcase himself in case something's about to happen. I'm sure they would love to have his value as high as possible. But in the moment, they desperately needed to beat somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's just feed this animal for
Krides,
let him eat.
Krides, we didn't even know if the beam still worked.
I heard there were issues. That's the last thing I heard. I heard there were issues.
It was officially the longest drought in the Beam's history because they didn't light the first beam until after the 4-game losing streak.
That's right.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So
And now it's over.
Sure.
Another drought has ended.
Sure. But it was not a Kings win that didn't look like a Kings win. Put it that way. The box score doesn't read right.
Mm-hmm.
And the minutes don't even look exactly right. But the truth is that it was mostly a normal win in the sense that they sort of took control in the second quarter. Never really, they weren't fronted in the third quarter. There wasn't any weird moment. You had a moment in your car driving home.
Yes, I did.
Because the great
little anxiety there.
Gigi, brought the game back around to you, but it wasn't that close.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Oh, we lost Sal. We'll get to your phone calls when we come back. Take a real quick break. And when we come back, scoring 70 the right way and 62 the wrong way, Mark Kreidler in for Drapes today. It's the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles the man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Kyle Draper enjoying a day off today after doing a great job on the play-by-play last night. NBC Sports California. Mark Kreidler is in today. Before we get any further, Mark, and of course we still have a lot of basketball to talk about in the 49ers and Hall of Fame announcements today. I think
somebody follows baseball.
That Hall of Fame?
Trying to sneak it in there, but yeah you got me.
Try.
How's your son Ryan doing?
He's great. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
He's absolutely great.
How's his career, baseball career?
He's had 2 injury-filled years. So, like the only thing
Is he brittle like his dad?
He's not soft like me.
Okay, all right.
If anything, we found out sort of after the fact. I don't want to go too far into it, but he made the Tigers opening day roster.
Yes,
he was their starting third baseman
Yeah.
last year, playing with, as it turned out, a torn adductor muscle. Like, we didn't know his core muscle was torn, and he'd been playing with it possibly for the better part of 2 years.
He was just trying to gut it out.
Yeah. So we're just thrilled that he's healthy again. He feels great. He's leaving for spring training in a few weeks because, that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because baseball is actually sneaking up on you whether you want it to or not.
Yeah. Because he was playing against the Giants early last year, wasn't he?
He was actually.
Yeah.
That was the last series he was in. He was up for just the first couple of weeks of the season, got hurt, went for a rehab, and then they discovered the larger problem. Luckily, thank goodness, and he got put together with an amazing specialist who put him back together, and that just puts him in the company of every other athlete I can think of that's got to fight through something.
As long as you brought up baseball, or I did, whatever, it doesn't matter. But what do you think of this whole A's coming to Sacramento prospect?
Well, look, Sacramento's getting used a little, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The A's also
Willingly,
visited.
though.
Yeah, sure. The A's visited
Salt Lake,
and they've looked at other possibilities.
Reno, I think.
They've talked about Reno. They've talked about Vegas's own AAA stadium,
which is pretty new.
Yeah, it's new.
Just small.
They're all small. I mean, and none of them is a future plan. This is just the A's just looking for a place to land for a couple of seasons, and it looks to me like they're going to be vagabonds. If Sutter Health Park and the River Cats, and Vivek and everyone involved there comes together on it, it would be a really cool thing. The A's could certainly play homestands while this sounds ridiculous, but this is how it would go. While the River Cats are on the road, the A's would be playing homestands. So it would be funky, but it's going to be that way for the A's no matter where they are. And I'm not even sure that they're actually going to go to Vegas. There's so much that's undetermined.
So Sacramento could showcase itself, speaking of showcasing for MLB. Hey, when you're looking at expansion teams, look what we've done.
Among other things, that park looks really good on TV. Seen it before. I mean, we've all seen it on TV broadcast, but wait till you put it together with an MLB level broadcast. The vista across Tower Bridge toward downtown, all of that would be showcased in a way that can't do anything but help. Now, it's not great for a baseball diamond to get played every day of the summer, but
yeah, right.
But we don't even know. Like the A's haven't. I was struck by it because it's something that we used to talk about from time to time, more theoretically than in reality, because that stadium was never, because of the way it was constructed, it really isn't built to be built out. Wasn't
Kevin McClatchy at one point, wasn't there talk about him? He owned the Pirates and maybe moving to Sacramento.
There was some talk of that, but
wow.
but Sacramento's name has been put in a lot of conversations over the years. In this case, this is actually a team that says, we don't actually have a place to play. And it sounds like the Coliseum folks are going to tell them to pound sand when this, the next season's over. And they're looking at almost certainly 2 and maybe 3 years of needing a 25, 26, and 27, even if everything about the Vegas plan actually clicks. They're still going to need almost 3 or maybe 3 full seasons worth of a place to stay.
How could Kings fans who almost lost their team and are very sympathetic to Oakland fans and their plight, and many Sacramento fans are essentially Oakland fans and reject the idea of the team moving. So how could some of those people then go to Sutter Health Park and then support John Fisher's team?
I mean, that's a good question, as we used to say. That's a great question. But I think that the situations aren't so similar. Like in this case, the A's break with Oakland is final. There isn't really any scenario in which the A's return to Oakland.
But you said yourself, we don't know if they're going to Vegas, so who knows what's final.
Plus, that's exactly what Seattle said when they were justifying bringing their team or bringing the Kings to Seattle.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. But I'm just saying my reading of the situation in Oakland is that this one's torn in a way that it probably isn't getting mended.
Without a sale. Which is
without
unlikely.
a sale. A sale changes everything. And it also puts, any number of scenarios back in play. As long as Fisher owns the A's, A, they'll lose. And B, it's going to be tough. There's almost no scenario that puts them back in Oakland, even if other options fail. That's what I'm saying. If, in other words, if for some reason Vegas goes sideways, and it certainly could, because almost nothing that's been talked about has actually happened yet. If that goes sideways, I wouldn't be shocked to see Fisher just look for an absolute, call Nashville or, get some other MLB player ready city on the line.
Yeah. I'm wondering also if Fisher, obviously he didn't enjoy all the sell and all the protests and the billboards and everything. And if he were to come here, he's going to be subjected to a lot of the same thing.
Sure.
A lot of the same thing.
For one thing, you get in your car and come here.
Exactly. I don't know why he would willingly sign up for that. I guess Vegas is problematic because if you go to Vegas and they got a minor league team, you can't really have someone play during the day, right? I mean, I don't know. There's logistic issues there.
Yeah.
It's a smaller park, but bottom line for me, if you want to go to Vegas, go to Vegas.
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
Just commit. Just go.
Yeah.
And if you can't figure it out, to me, the most interesting thing about this entire scenario is how little MLB seems to care. It's like, isn't there any point at which the commissioner, I'm pretty sure there's still a commissioner, is if there's got to be a point at which the commissioner weighs in and says, we're starting to look really bad.
All they care about is, look, we just want to get that. We don't want to have them in Oakland anymore. But there's still going to be revenue sharing, right? So what's the difference to the other owners?
I'm still hoovering money out of the pockets of the teams that are actually trying and making money and marketing like crazy and doing their product right. I'm taking your money, and I don't have a place to play.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hang out in some minor league or college ballparks for the next couple of years. Nobody minds. Anybody mind that we have a place that 11,700 can sit in? That okay? There has to be a point at which even an utterly anti-labor commissioner like Manfred would at some point call John Fisher and say, quit embarrassing us.
Right.
Do something.
Yeah. You remember when the Kings, you remembered very well, and you covered it, when the Kings almost left, what it came down to a couple of times was that there was someone with the NBA who didn't want it to happen. And that's been the sad thing about the Oakland, Las Vegas scenario. There's nobody in MLB who really cares. There's nobody at MLB saying, maybe, hey, you know what? Maybe Oakland deserves this team. No, but they just want it over with.
Transcends league administrations too.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
The last commissioner didn't care and this one doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So what that tells you is that the other owners don't care.
Right.
So if the other owners don't care, if Jerry Reinsdorf's sitting in Chicago saying, what do I care?
Right.
I don't care where you go. I'm just tired of giving you my money. Just go somewhere and please get settled.
Yeah.
If there are no constraints, then John Fisher's sort of free to engage in this absurd, drawn out.
And by the way, no expansion fee either or relocation fee. Go ahead.
No problem.
We're just going to save all that money by the revenue sharing. It's fine.
Sure. I mean, that to me is the most inexplicable of all. How would any owner in his right mind not stand up at the owners' meetings and say, I'm not giving you any money?
Right.
We gave you everything else you wanted.
Right. Yeah.
You've failed 50,000 times to get a new place built. You're too cheap to put any of your own money in it.
Uh-huh.
Just, all right, sure, you want to leave? Fine. We won't stop you. But you can't have any more of my money.
Yeah.
And instead, they're like, sure, take my money. Go right ahead.
They did give the ultimatum, and that's why they hastily put together that Vegas project. That's probably not going to happen because you can't put a retractable roof stadium on 9 acres of land.
That's right. They met that deadline. We have a binding agreement, so we are now revenue shares once again.
Yeah. The most recent thing that I saw, by the way, was from John Shea in the Chronicle, and John does an amazing job covering all this. But I believe his point, which does answer a question, is that the roof would be fixed. Because a retractable roof's not a thing under that construction scenario. It's a fixed roof. There'll be an indoor team.
Yeah.
Welcome to Vegas. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just go there. If that's your thing, go. If not, shut up about it.
Please, please go. Go already.
Stop torturing people.
Yeah.
They're hurt already.
I don't want them to come here. I don't want to go.
Yeah, you're now giving us false hopes all of a sudden. Not only are you hurting Oakland, you're giving false hopes to people who want baseball in Sacramento.
Well, that's all I'm saying about Sacramento. Is just it's fine. Sacramento could easily strike the River Cats ownership could easily strike a business deal with the A's. But it has nothing to do with the future of baseball in Sacramento, and it's not going to be the A's anyway.
Right.
It won't be them.
Well, it has nothing to do with the future. Wouldn't it maybe moderately at best increase Sacramento's MLB expansion profile?
Here's a bad comparison.
Way down the road.
Because I know this touches nerves with people. This is true. In Katrina, Oklahoma City served as the home for the New Orleans franchise, right? But Oklahoma City had an arena big enough to meet NBA standards. That's not the case here. And not only that, but because of when that stadium was constructed, when the ballpark was constructed, there was horrible weather that winter that necessitated changes in the construction process such that you can't build on Sutter Health to build it out to a bigger frame. That's what I mean. And what I mean is that process is not even close to beginning. So it isn't so much about that. It's about whether anybody here is interested in the A's stopping by for a year or maybe 2. Who knows?
Maybe 3, right?
My guess is they would bounce around. I mean it. I think they're going to be hobos for a couple of years.
Is that what vagabond means? You said that. I was like,
that is vagabond. Okay. Vagabond is, going from hovel to hovel.
Except in this case, they're going to be the Las Vegas Vagabonds. Wow, I didn't know that was going to be their name.
That's a great name.
Yeah, the Vagabonds.
Yeah,
with the big green A in the middle.
There you go.
They could do
there you go. All right, thank you, Mark Kreidler. Kreids is in for Drapes today. When we come back, yes, as promised, we'll look at how Joel Embiid did it the right way last night. And the coach of the Timberwolves, I've never seen a coach so angry after one of his guys scored 62 points. That's next year. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The NFC Championship game featuring the Detroit Lions and the San Francisco 49ers. Sunday at 3:30 on Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at FolsomLakeFord.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com.
0 down with approved credit.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Start your 2024 grilling season right with a new lifetime warranty Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My personal Napoleon P500 series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro. It's incredible. Napoleon Prestige grills, versatile grilling for every occasion. Form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today, or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big old nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo, with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. Plus line dancing, a mechanical bull, and Sacramento's best food trucks. 2-day general admission tickets are on sale now, starting at $85, or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more info, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Oak Ridge Winery.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Yeah, the chat is hopping today, but as happens a lot, Mark Kridler cried in for Drapes today. What they're talking about has really nothing to do directly with what we're doing here, although I think you mentioned Ryan, your son, playing for the Tigers.
Yes.
And then Manny was talking about Tigers and Compio, and they started talking about zoos. And Manny has been to the Folsom Zoo, but he was asking, is the San Francisco Zoo better? No, I guess Sacramento Zoo. Sacramento Zoo better than the Folsom Zoo? And it's like, yeah, it's a little bigger, right?
Yeah.
Folsom Zoo is more like rehabilitated animals. It's a really cool zoo.
A little more select.
Yeah. Manny, if you're a zoo guy, you might want to check out the San Diego Zoo. It's a wonderful zoo.
Yeah. Hey, listen, that's a 2-day trip right there. You could enjoy yourself thoroughly. Just go to Balboa Park and set up camp.
Yeah.
Would
recommend.
Just fine.
Yeah. Folsom Zoo, they have, last time I was there, I haven't been there a while, they have like a bear, but the Sacramento's a legitimate zoo. I mean, it's a big time zoo.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Sure. And this is exciting. I didn't know that I was setting all that in motion. So
yes. You never know.
You're welcome, America. Yeah. That's great.
Speaking of Aminals, last night, the Timberwolves, they came up short against the Charlotte Hornets. But as you know, Karl Anthony Towns scored 62 points. Same night, we had Joel Embiid of the Sixers scoring 70 in a win over San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
The incredible thing to me was looking at it last night, we were in the media room, and it's like, wow, everyone's watching Joel Embiid. How many did he finish with? And I saw them the scroll on ESPN. He set the 76ers all-time single points record, which is staggering because Wilt Chamberlain used to play for that team.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and I guess he had 68.
Fairly accomplished scorer.
So Joel Embiid with 70, and he says, the only thing I told my teammates was, please just don't force it. Let's just play basketball. If I'm open, pass it. If I'm not, make sure you make the right play.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he meant it. Daniel House, his teammate, got booed for taking a corner three because the fans like, no, give it to Joel Embiid. Embiid said, we're just trying to play the right way and make the right plays. It's unfortunate he got booed, and they took him out but had to put him back in because the Spurs hung in there. On the other hand, you had Minnesota, the big lead over Charlotte, and then in the second half, it was pretty clear Cat and his teammates, they were going for some kind of record, and they ended up blowing a lead and they lost. Chris Finch, the coach of the Timberwolves, says, it was an absolute disgusting performance of defense and immature basketball.
Wow.
Yeah. He said, there's a lot of ways to be immature. There was a lot of immature performances here throughout the roster. We totally disrespected the game, ourselves, and we got exactly what we deserve.
Now, all of that's directed at Cat
and his teammates, who were, some of it's Cat, who was forcing shots.
I think Anthony Edwards part of it, because I think Cat had 27 shots and Anthony Edwards had 1 at one point in the game.
Anthony Edwards said after the game, "It's like, how many people are in here? 15? Well, 14 of us wanted to see how many points he was going to get." But they lost the game.
Lost the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
they blew a lead against Charlotte.
That is disgusting. Well, it is disgusting. I mean,
yeah, an absolute disgusting performance of defense and immature basketball.
We've both watched our share of ball, and without a doubt, you and I have both seen plenty of games in which it was very apparent that for one reason or another, and not all reasons are created equal, a team was trying to get somebody either to a milestone or to get somebody just to go off, to just have that game. Good. Let's keep it going. And yeah, we've both seen teams force plays and passes that shouldn't be there.
Mm-hmm.
When your coach is attacking you,
right,
there's probably a little bit of a more complex message being delivered about how they actually play basketball, because I think Embiid would be the first to tell you that if they lost a game or even lost a lead because they were trying to feed him, he would have been in guys' faces. Not that he's, a perfect human or anything like that, but he's got the right idea.
He does want to win.
He really does, desperately. I actually think he's already in the middle of it, but this could be an amazing year for him.
Yeah. I think it was Stephen A. today saying something along the lines of Joel Embiid was sending a message that he can't keep doing it by himself, that he needs help.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. But you have to wonder here, Chris Finch is an excellent coach. He's done an amazing job with that team over the last couple of years. But it's clear, you look at that, it's like, well, he had no control over what his team was doing last night.
That's usually, I think, what that'll put a fan into worry honestly.
Mhm.
If you're a Timberwolves fan and you hear a coach sort of without saying it, saying, I couldn't stop that.
Yeah.
So now I'm angry about it.
Mm-hmm.
My first thought is you've lost your team for some reason, or you've lost the locker room for some reason, or you're more of a steward of the team than you are a coaching leader of the team. Like, this is a cheap comparison, but Michael Malone, that wouldn't happen because he lets his players play, but the expectations are always so clearly set. They're so clearly set.
Yes, yes. Like I said, I like Chris Finch. I think he's a great coach, but clearly the subtext here is, well, they didn't listen to me, and that's not good, right?
No, and it indicates a problem. By the way, did you see Durant's expression when 70 was?
I
put
heard
to
about
him?
it because he had a big night himself, right? He had 38 or something.
I mean, you can see how Phoenix is responding with him on the court. I mean, anything that you want. I go back and forth on Durant just because he's his own worst enemy, sort of off the court, but on the court, his impact on teams is so obvious and noticeable and immediate. But it was great because he really does. He likes basketball a lot. Like, he really likes hoops, right?
Yes, yes.
And so when it was explained to him that Embiid went for 70, he just had the greatest look on his face. He was like utterly stunned, like almost didn't know what to say. And you're kind of reminded, that's right. Even players get awed sometimes by a guy's performance. Like, he knows how good Embiid is.
And what he did say was 70 bleep. That's crazy.
That's Minnesota. Meanwhile, there's some upside here for the Kings. Minnesota losing their second straight game for the second time this season. And that's one that may leave a mark for them. And they now lead the West, but only by half a game over the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Raging Thunder.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I did have the Thunder finishing fourth this year, but they're doing better than that right now. Denver's also.
They haven't even used all their picks.
Yeah, I know.
They still got about a decade's worth of number ones.
Denver's also a half game back. Clippers are just 2 out. They're in fourth. Phoenix in fifth. New Orleans in sixth. And the Kings now sitting in seventh place. So that's play-in territory. They're half a game out of the sixth spot where the Pelicans reside. So it's Sacramento, Dallas, the Lakers, and the Jazz, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And that picture could look different. It could look worse for the Kings coming.
You got to get out of that play-in scenario, guys. I don't want any part of that.
7-game roadie is going to change that math for them a little bit. And it could force, even during the trip, certainly it's going to force conversations about what they need. And I can only say that it's all legitimate, but it's also a good place to be when you're trying to figure out how do we gear up. We're a plus 500 team. How do we take ourselves safely into, non-play-in territory?
Mm-hmm.
That's where you want to be. And it's a place that was unthinkable even a couple of years ago. So, but 7-game trip will change the math.
Speaking of the Kings, and at the risk of going out over my skis a little bit here, because I don't know exactly what's going on with De'Aaron Fox, and Jason Anderson with a really excellent piece about how it's been 16 days now since De'Aaron Fox had talked to the media. He did last night briefly talk to Sean Cunningham and Jason Anderson, and he appears to be upset about something. He won't say why. He won't talk to the media. There's a lot of theories. Some of it goes back to when De'Aaron Fox didn't talk to the media after the loss to New Orleans. And then there was a narrative that, well, the leaders have to be held accountable. Perhaps De'Aaron Fox feels like, well, I didn't even know that they would need it. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's upset at the media, if he's upset at his own media relations. It just seems to me, bottom line is, this should be very easy to sort out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If it's a lack of communication, or if somebody is upset about something, just get it out. That's the last thing this team can afford right now, is this sense of, ooh, something's wrong, but no one will say what it is. We don't need that drama right now.
Yeah. It's interesting, though. Let's just say,
unless there's something like really, pardon me, Mark, but if there's something behind the scenes that, there's something in his personal life that's, I don't know, but I would certainly understand that.
Well, I was just going to say, with regard to like the locker room dynamics, this is just my experience. So, take it for what it's worth. But if a player is having an issue with the media, let's say for a second, just for the sake of the argument, that's the problem. I don't think it is, but if it were, that would in and of itself not cause a problem in the locker room. If a guy's having a problem with the media and says, I'm freezing y'all out, I don't want to talk to you anymore, it doesn't really place a burden on anyone else in the locker room.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And it's not going to go very far.
So they don't really care. The other his teammates don't really care about it.
No, I mean,
that's a good point.
There's going to be very few people stand up and say, "Now, wait just a minute.
Yeah.
You need to go speak to these people." If anything, he'd have more people saying, "I wish I could do that. Good for you. You know, go for it." But if in fact this stems from some other issue, and the media is he just doesn't talk because he's afraid what he might say or something like that, that's the kind of thing that creeps into a locker room and stays there for a while. So that to me would be the bigger concern is why. And I'll say, I wasn't even aware it had happened. I wasn't aware it had been that long without him even meeting the media. It's highly unprofessional, and it should have been addressed a long time ago. The fact that it wasn't addressed, like, let's assume that De'Aaron Fox is an NBA veteran, which he's on the cusp of being now.
Oh, yeah.
He certainly understands how media works. He certainly understands player responsibility with regard to the media. And if he had any questions, he could just look at his contract because it's in there.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that being said, there's something else going on, I'm guessing. And that's something that may be somehow within the organization. If that's the case, that's a much bigger problem, much bigger issue that could fester.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's tied to his performance. I don't know if it's tied, like you said, we often find out way after the fact that something was occurring that we had no idea was going on. And maybe it's very personal. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, all benefit of the doubt as to the why. But in terms of what happened, man, that should have been addressed 14 games ago. If this is a 16-game thing, 2 games in, someone from that organization,
because there are
has
rules,
got to be in his face and say, "Look, man, this got to get fixed right now. Just tell me what the problem is so we can fix it, because this has to get fixed." And by the way, you're literally the most popular player. Like, you have to speak. You're part of our promotion. It's so if it's got something to do with something else, that's got to get fixed.
Mark Kreidler in for Drapes today.
Well, easy for me to say. I'm not coming back tomorrow.
well, when we come back, once viewed as unbreakable, this Jerry Rice record, it's about to fall. What? Next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
For the final time in the regular season, the Sacramento Kings and Golden State Warriors collide.
Accelerates front court, gives to Lyles on the run, into the lane, drops to Herder, to McGee. Crank it up, throw it down, big fella, JaVale McGee with a full windup and a two-hand ripperoo.
Join the G-Man for the call Thursday at 7 as the Kings and Warriors square off from San Francisco on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lowe's knows pros want savings now. That's why, as an MVP's Pro Rewards member, you get volume savings on orders of $1,500 or more at the Pro Desk. And there's more. We've lowered our prices on select top products like electrical wire and drywall, so you can get the job necessities for less. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
You own a truck because you want to get the job done right. TruckSmart is your work truck headquarters. For over 35 years, they've been outfitting trucks for leading construction firms, service providers, and municipalities in the region. Truck racks, toolboxes, lighting, commercial shells, rhino lining, they've got it all. And their expert installers will get it done right the first time. So visit the truck experts at TruckSmart today with locations in Rockland and Auburn. They'll make your truck your favorite tool. TruckSmart.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, Call Select Quote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to selectquote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. Select Quote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
When accidents turn life upside down, AutoAccident.com is in your corner. Compassionate advice, loyal support, and the courage to fight for you. AutoAccident.com. That's AutoAccident.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, Drapes has a day off, so it's a pleasure to welcome in today the one and only Mark Kreidler.
How's it going over there, Whitey?
Good. Been a while since we've done a show together. What has it been, like 5 years, 6 years? I don't know, something like that.
A minute, yeah.
I mean, we've been on here, there, and you've been on here, I know. Been nice enough to come on here with us.
Oh, sure, yeah. Had to look for my headphones. Let's put it that way. They were somewhere in the back of the closet.
You've had them handy, didn't you? Because you knew someday that call was going to come.
Maybe.
The cried signal.
Maybe. Maybe I had them ready. Maybe.
As far as the De'Aaron Fox thing goes, there's also an issue with De'Aaron Fox here as far as why is he playing poorly? He looks like, and I think the conventional wisdom, and I'm not claiming to have any inside information, but most keen Kings observers will tell you, I think he must be hobbled somehow or another, some way or another, bruised, or there's an injury or something. And to his credit, if he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to make excuses, and that could be part of this as well. But you can see that he's just not playing with the same sense of force. He's not having the same impact on the games as he was a few weeks ago when he was setting the league on its ear.
It's just so glaring because
whatever that means.
You've seen him when he completely takes over a game, takes over a fourth quarter, gets the Kings back in a game that they're on the verge of being out of, things like that. And once you've seen that, it's hard to unsee it. So if you watch him go through a game like last night where he's on the floor, but the shot doesn't look right, he doesn't look eager to take it. There's something going on. I don't know, an injury, or maybe that's too strong a word. But if he's playing hobbled in any way, that would explain a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't explain the stuff we were talking about not speaking to the media. That sounds like some maybe secondary issue or something else. But I think most people would say, does it matter to the team? Is it affecting the team? Right now, his play is affecting the team simply because they're so used to him playing at such an incredibly high level. And that doesn't mean, he can have a day when he's not knocking down shots and still profoundly, change the course of a game. I haven't seen that too much lately.
Last week we had Jason Anderson on, and it was the day after one of the road losses, I think. And Jason Anderson was the only member of the media to go in. That's another problem with all this. Since COVID, it's very limited locker room access for us. You have very few people going in there. So Jason Anderson came on with us the day after. He was the only one in the locker room. And the word he used, he said he was worried about De'Aaron Fox. He said he was just seemed very sullen and withdrawn. So certainly something to keep an eye on. Some of it seems like it should be correctable, but obviously we don't know. Not correctable, but we should be able to clear the air with some of the stuff as far as the media and, not speaking to the media, but appears to be other things going on as well.
Yes. And I meant what I said in the last break about, it's unprofessional to not. It's literally unprofessional. I don't mean it's a smear on his character. I'm saying you're actually duty bound to do that. That's part of your contractual agreement. It's part of being a professional. But it wouldn't be the first time that a team said, "Look, this guy's obviously going. Let's give him some space." Not 16 games worth. If a couple of games in a row Steph Curry blew out and didn't speak to the media, that would be highly noteworthy, but it probably wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
But if it continued on, it would have been addressed. It would be addressed. It would be addressed. And it would, sometimes Sacramento being a smaller media market doesn't help because there aren't enough voices saying what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. And as I mentioned, things have changed since COVID. When you and I were first covering games, you'd go into the locker room and you'd talk to whoever you wanted to talk to.
That's right.
And if they didn't want to talk to you, that's one thing, but it was going to be noticed. And now it's like, okay, you sit there and we'll bring out a couple people to talk to you. And then maybe you can go in the locker room and that's it. So the amount of access is really limited compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. Incredibly for the worse. I realize now that I had the best of it as a writer because in all sports, locker room access or clubhouse access was a given.
Yeah, I know.
It was also completely, like you said, a player could easily say, I don't want to talk, or I don't have anything today for you. On the receiving end of that many times, sometimes polite, sometimes not so polite, but that was the give and take of that space. And
the understanding being, okay, but at some point you will have something for me.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'll circle back around some other time. And then we'll have a different conversation, or you'll tell me tomorrow why you were angry today or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it won't be on the record because we'll just be talking because we actually know each other because I'm here all the time. And what happens when you close off access is athletes stop knowing writers and broadcasters, and media members stop knowing players, and distrust builds and builds and builds. And then a post-game scene is just a complete waste of time for almost everybody involved. Because a couple of guys are going to get dragged out there, answer a couple of questions, and someone will say, that's it, and it's over. And you wind up relying on the coach to fill in a bunch of the blanks, which is a highly imperfect system.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Definitely something to keep an eye on going forward. Speaking of the old days, Crowds, I'm sure you remember when Jerry Rice retired, it looked like a number of his records, including his postseason records, like, well, no one's ever going to catch those, right?
Yeah.
Well, Jason Kelce is one good game away from being the NFL's all-time leader in catches in the postseason. He has, for his career in the playoffs, Travis Kelce, 145 catches, second to Jerry Rice, who retired with 151.
Mm-hmm.
So Travis Kelce is just 6 shy of Jerry Rice with 6 catches in the AFC title game. Kelce will tie Rice with 7 catches. He'd have the all-time postseason receiving record all to himself.
Yeah.
No.
Well, there have been prolific receivers who, if they'd been on better teams, probably would have had a chance to threaten a record like that, honestly. Now, part of it is right guy, right team. I mean, I remember watching, Tony Gonzalez play tight end thinking, boy, if he was on a good team, he would have set plenty of postseason recorts.
It's funny
because he was
that.
the go-to guy.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and I know Travis Kelce is phenomenal, but is he anywhere near the greatest tight end ever? Like, the first guy I thought, I was like, he's no Tony Gonzalez.
No, he's not. And he's a really good player.
Yeah.
But that's, that's what happens too when you're not just, he's also Patrick Mahomes' favored player. If you watch
security blanket and all that.
If you watch the 49ers play, everyone knows how good Kittle is, but among other things, so does the opponent. And Brock Purdy has other options. He doesn't have to. Everything's not a default to Kittle.
Do you think Ayuk, and I know you were there Saturday, Ayuk might be a little bit of his security blanket and might be the guy he looks to?
I think Ayuk is his, he's not always his first option, but he's his every time check down option.
It's like, I know I got 11.
I guarantee you he's got a little bit of space on somebody.
Yeah.
If I can just get it in there.
And he's going to bail me out too if I need him to.
Exactly. Yeah. He'll snag a ball and he'll take the hit and he'll keep it, and he'll hold on to it. Yeah, I think he's a huge security blanket. But with Mahomes, you always know that he knows that if push comes to shove and he's in trouble, he can probably find Kelce. And if he puts it near him, with the exception of that one weird drop the other night, Kelce will generally just hang on to it and move forward.
Kelce is also second only to Rice in postseason receiving yards. Rice at 2,245, Kelce at 1,694, and postseason receiving touchdowns. Jerry Rice with 22, Kelce with 18.
How about that?
Come on.
It's inconceivable, but it could happen.
How was the game? How was the weather Saturday?
The weather was miserable. The game was actually, it was a weird game. simply because nothing happened in the first half of much note. It was just a slog. And then, there were 3 touchdowns in about a 4-minute span of the third quarter, and then suddenly it was on. And the fourth quarter was as much fun as I've had at a game. I was in the stands, obviously, not in the press box, in that I can remember. It was so much fun without knowing what the result was going to be, because it really was in question all the way through. It was also the loudest I've ever heard Levi's, and I've been lucky to be there a handful of times this year. And so now, in the stands, not in the press box. And it's never been remotely as loud as it was in the fourth quarter. It was just a phenomenal atmosphere for football.
Remember when that place was built? A lot of people went in there and said, this place has no character.
Yeah.
And fans have actually brought that to the building. Once the team started playing well, there is character there, but it's all brought in by the fans.
Yeah. And look, you have to create memories in a stadium before, all that stuff accrues.
Yeah.
You start winning games, and pretty soon you get a couple of signature wins, and then people say, oh yeah, the place was rocking that night. Well, yeah. Put a good team on the field and keep winning, things will happen.
Meanwhile, the Lakers' plan for world domination has been revealed, and we will share that with you when we come right back. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
For the final time in the regular season, the Sacramento Kings and Golden State Warriors collide.
Accelerates front court, gives to Lyles on the run, into the lane, drops to Herder, to McGee. Crank it up, throw it down, big fella. JaVale McGee with a full windup and a 2-hand ripperoo.
Join the G-Man for the call Thursday at 7 as the Kings and Warriors square off from San Francisco on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
It took all 60 minutes, but the 49ers found a way to dispose of Green Bay.
1:30 and rolling to play in the game. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle, touchdown!
Next up in their quest for another Super Bowl title is a major roadblock with the Lions. San Francisco hosts Detroit, Sunday at 3:30 in the NFC title game.
You can hear all the action right here on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
We do have Mark Kridler in for Drapes today. Drapes with the day off. We got Brendan Nunes, our Sactown Sports Kings insider at 3:30. And then Jerry Reynolds at 4:15.
I remember him.
Yeah. Very excited to be on today with you, I think, Crides.
I'm excited to ask him some questions.
Among other things, we'll have to ask him about trades and trade rumors and what was going on with Harrison Barnes last night. Did it have anything to do with trades, showcasing? I don't know, but we do know this. The Lakers' plan, as I said, for world domination has been revealed, Kridler. What do you make of it?
Well, I'd like to hear it first.
Lakers, according to reports, have had internal discussions about sending 3 draft picks paired with players already on the current roster to land a, quote, bona fide star, end quote. That's according to ESPN's Dave McMenamin. And he goes on to name 2 specific, quote, bona fide stars, end quote. Trae Young, Donovan Mitchell.
Really?
This is laughable to me. Lakers have been linked to numerous players in recent months. We know that they've been linked to DeJounte Murray. But, yeah, that's what McMenamin says the Lakers' plan is.
DeJounte Murray's a pretty good player.
He's a real good player. Yeah, he had a big night last night.
Yeah.
I know Kyle Draper thinks the Kings should be in on DeJounte Murray, and I'm really fickle. I'm like, yes, that's a great idea. The next day, no, I don't want that guy. I'm out on Murray because of the whole thing with he and Fox. I think there's a potentially awkward replication there that I don't know that their games mesh, but he's a really good player. But Trae Young or Donovan Mitchell, I mean, I think sometimes the Lakers think it's like baseball. It's like, get the best guy at that position and that position and that position.
Yeah.
Then you have a good team.
I was about to say.
It doesn't work that way, Kreidler.
Well, it's like when you were talking about, Murray and the Kings, it's about fit. And I think but this would be almost consistent. The Lakers have made so many head scratchers over the last few years, and it could be that they're chasing a LeBron whim.
I agree with that 100%.
Right. I mean, if he starts talking up a guy, you start thinking, how do we get that guy? Because LeBron thinks he would really help.
You don't want him and Bronny to go end up playing for the Clippers or somebody.
Well, thank you for saying Clippers, because I'm chastened by the fact that I completely thought Harden to the Clippers was a huge mistake. And speaking of fit,
I did too. I would never admit it on the radio, but I did too.
No, this is just between us, but in my house by myself,
yeah.
I thought it was, again, a terrible fit and sort of a culture problem. And it's been none of those things. And they're playing
also
great basketball.
Happy.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're sincere. Oh, I hope we can keep the team together. Did you see Russ's interview over the weekend? He had a great game. And so it's the first interview he's doing with the new sideline reporter.
Okay.
And the guy looks like, and he's, bless him, he's really, really young. And he starts to ask Russ a question. Russ goes, hey, wait a minute, man. You're the new sideline reporter. That's great. And you don't do that unless you're in a real good spot, right?
I'm telling you, you've seen some of his stuff at courtside before.
Yeah, I just don't like you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I hope we keep the team together, and it's real, it's genuine. At least they're feeling that way now.
And Harden is rewriting a huge part of his own story if it continues to go this way. But with the Lakers, I really do think a lot of it is LeBron's whim and sort of what he thinks will work. Let's just put it this way. Adding Trae Young to a team that struggles on defense anyway is just an idiotic idea. Like, and the idea of giving away draft capital for that is crazy. I mean, with Donovan Mitchell, he's got elements to his game that I could really get behind. But neither one of those guys is going to give you any integrity as you go back down the floor. And I just don't know. I'm not sure how that improves them in the aggregate.
Yeah, I agree.
I would defer to Jerry Reynolds on that when he comes on with us. But that's my initial thought is, wait a minute, you're sort of actively getting worse on guarding the basketball.
I had the same thought you did, because I'm trying to figure out why would they. Okay, I know that
it sounds random
on the surface, but why would they do? Oh, if you got LeBron going, hey, we got to do something. What do you want to do, LeBron? I want to get Trae Young. All right. Anybody else you want?
Yeah. And if I were in LeBron's position,
they got to at least make an effort.
Yeah. He's running out of time. I totally get that. The first part is, hey, we have to do something. It's the second part where they get in trouble, where they basically ask him, well, what do you think? Instead of saying, yeah, we'll work on that. It's sort of, well, what do you want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Who would you like to?
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. It sets them up for a rough go. But again, having been completely wrong on Harden, I won't go 100% on that, because I really thought that was a bad deal. I thought the Clippers were doing sort of a
still some
same
pizza
old
left
Clippers
in the box.
thing.
You could be right. We'll see how it ends up.
But you're right about them being happy, and it shows on the floor. They're having a good time playing basketball.
Strangest thing.
Yeah. Even Russ.
Yeah.
Things change.
Me and PG and Kawhi and and James. I hope we can keep this team together. What?
Well, the funny thing is, in a weird way, it's sort of like what you're saying with the Lakers. Like, well, why don't we just put the best guy at every position? Clippers kind of did, and it's working, at least for now. It's working. Playoff basketball, who knows? But in terms of winning regular season games, building camaraderie, learning how to play together, they've done all that stuff. And nobody knows what will happen in the postseason.
According to reports, the Lakers have been working on getting DeJounte Murray, and the reports that you may have seen, and who knows how accurate these are, when some of it's disinformation, but the report was that the Lakers would offer a draft pick, a pick swap, and D'Angelo Russell for DeJounte Murray. And the Hawks are like, we don't even want D'Angelo Russell. Exactly. Maybe if you get somebody else involved to take him, maybe we can start talking about it, but they're a long ways off on that. So now it looks like maybe the Lakers is like, nope, we're going for the big bona fide star. So in the immortal words of C. Webb, good luck.
Where the Hawks are, but that doesn't mean they're just giving away DeJounte Murray to the first team that says, hey, we'd like him.
Yeah.
Here, you can have D'Angelo.
Remember how much Cleveland gave up for Donovan Mitchell in the first place? That was a hefty trade package.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. You have to be sure you're done with that experiment before you move on.
The market is way out of whack, but it'll correct itself, right? It just may take a while. I mean, now the going price for a player, a superstar caliber player, given what Danny Ainge was able to do with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, is 3 number ones.
Right.
Because he was able to pull that off. So that's kind of where the market is. It's going to have to be reined back in at some point, but it's going to take time. And that's part of the issue for the Kings right now.
Yeah, I think that when the poker gets that pricey, a number of teams will just say they can't play. That's actually where I think the correction starts, is when a number of franchises that ostensibly could be trade partners tell you, based on the market so far, we can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
When that happens, at some point, a franchise will blink and say, well, we don't want all that just because the other guy got it, just because Danny could pull it off. I mean, that doesn't mean we have to have it. Then the market will begin to adjust a little bit.
And I think the Spurs, they got 3 number ones for DeJounte Murray in the first place from the Hawks.
And a pick swap.
Yikes. Wow. Okay. Well, that's.
So now you're the Kings.
We talk about the Kings'
we don't want
progress.
to trade all our draft picks. Well, then you aren't going to get anybody.
No, that's right. And we talk about where they were and where they are now. They're still not at a point where that sort of dealing is within the realm of possibility. It's a bad business.
And Mark, you made the joke earlier about the Thunder and how they haven't used their draft picks yet. Well, what's going to happen is that either those teams who have accumulated all the draft picks are going to start bidding against each other for star players, or they're going to slowly start trading them for, a star might come available, but they only have to give up 2 of those first round picks because, well, who else are you going to get to give up 2 first round picks? We have all the valuable
City's
picks.
got them all.
That's the scary
great
thing.
Point. Yeah.
And I'll say I don't know if they still are your team, but you're from Oklahoma.
Of course they're my team.
You're Thunder.
Are you crazy? Yeah.
Look at how good that team is now. And let's say there was someone available that they really wanted now, which is not hard to imagine. And they just felt like, man, that's the guy that puts us over the top. How many draft picks do you want?
Right. You've got the capital.
7, 8. What?
So you
but let's be clear. I mean, they crawled over broken glass to get here, right? I mean, years of terrible basketball, and watching SGA play basically sort of out there by himself. Speaking of, have one guy do it all. It's like, well, we'll give it to Shea this possession. So that went on for a couple of years of rough basketball. And they
came out of it pretty quickly. I agree with you, but
they did. But you had to invest as a fan. You had to invest in, I believe Sam Presti knew what he's doing and knows what he's doing, and it'll probably work out. Otherwise, you're looking at a tough slog, and a lot of franchises are not willing to do that.
Well, the Kings were never willing to do that.
Heck no.
The Kings they've certainly had years where they've been like that, but in recent years they decided, we're not going to do that. We're going to kind of rebuild on the fly.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is you get to a point where you may be now where, well, you're as good as you're going to get unless you go get somebody else.
It's true. The other thing that happens, and this is really on the business side, but it all matters, is if you decide to really rebuild, you turn over your contracts to young players. Your contracts are controllable, and you're not overpaying to keep a valued member of the franchise, but someone who you realize you're probably giving too much money to. And when you try to change out on the fly, you wind up often with contracts that are, for one reason or another, untenable and can't be included in trades. And that's, the other advantage you have. But boy, that's a fine line to walk, and not every fan base would put up with it, honestly.
Do you have trade fever? I admit I have trade fever.
Of course I do.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I'm sorry. That was a bad question by me. Of course you do.
Yeah. I mean, don't be silly.
For the first few weeks of the trade season, if you will, I was just very, had a very high bar. It's like, I don't want that guy. I don't want that guy. And now at this point, as I said, I'm a little fickle, but at this point, yes, anybody. Who? Okay, fine. Let's go get him.
Yeah, it was the Rozier deal that did it, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's the deal.
All
what
right.
Today's big NBA trade could mean for the Kings when we come right back here. Mark Kreidler in today, Drive Guy Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
God, I'm so stressed. It's a brand new year and our business is busier than ever.
Uma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Uma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Uma?
Yep. Switching to Uma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Uma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Uma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Uma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
That was another way. I would smoke once an hour. That didn't work either. All that would happen at some point of the day, I would end up doubling up. Other ways that I tried to quit was I stopped buying cigarettes totally. But if I took 3 puffs off of 15 friends, those didn't count because they weren't my cigarettes and they weren't full cigarettes. I went through a lot.
Every attempt is part of your story to quit for good. Visit Kick It California today at kickitca.org.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Those who are watching, we appreciate it greatly. But Kreids, some are saying that you and I could be related. James X just joining in, and I'm seeing double. Manny says, LOL, James. Twin, says Roy. And Manny says, yeah, they do look like brothers who could be related. And all the time we've worked together, have you ever heard that before?
Never. But I think it's possible maybe both cameras are just on you today. Is it possible?
I tried that, and they wouldn't let me do that.
You're keeping them on their toes because the last time Drapes was out, you brought in your actual brother to the show.
That's
so.
right.
Ah.
Phantom was in here.
And there wasn't one comment like that the entire show, correct?
I don't think so.
Nope, there was
I
not.
don't think so.
By the way, Colleen said to tell you hi.
Oh, and my wife said to say hi to you and Colleen.
That's lovely.
Yes, yes. And we're going to say hello to Jerry Reynolds just after 4. And coming up bottom of the hour, we're going to talk to Brendan Nunes, our Kings Insider. He'll give us the latest on whatever the heck is going on here with De'Aaron Fox.
It is genuinely curious, man. I think this is the kind of thing that can become a major problem, especially now that it's more widely known that there's something going on. It's got to be addressed like immediately.
Right.
The team has to, the organization has to stand in immediately.
2 things, though. I could see how maybe they wouldn't. I agree with you. It should be, it could be. But 1, they're going on the road now. 2, let's face it. I mean, this is not, we don't have the largest, most aggressive media contingent here in Sacramento.
Of course.
I mean, I'm part of it, so I'm not casting aspersions.
Of course. But is he only not speaking to local media? I mean, I'm not clear on exactly what the parameters are, or is all media off limits? In other words, it could be a problem on the road. Yeah. Or at the very least, it could be noted if De'Aaron Fox repeatedly declines to be in or doesn't.
Well, I
make
guess
himself
it's
available.
pardon me, but I guess it's over. I mean, he did talk to 2 reporters last night, so technically he's talking to reporters again.
We don't know that. We only know he did last night for a couple of questions. Really don't know going forward how he's going to feel. And again, just to be clear, you and I both agree is high probability that we don't know everything that's going on. So you always have to allow for the fact that there's a human element outside of basketball that is weighing heavily. I hope not. No, I don't.
Of course.
It's always possible that he's been playing through something physical and resents, any implication that he's, off his game.
Excuses, yeah.
Right. So there could be
there have been a lot of questions, and he hasn't given anyone the chance or many chances to ask him directly, but there have been questions. I know there was a question to Mike Brown that Brendan himself may have asked. It's like, is De'Aaron okay after the Pelicans game? And Mike Brown said, he seems fine to me. You might want to ask him. Well, we can.
I would. Yeah.
We can.
Love to. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't remember anything like that happening in a long, long time. Now, kind of just to walk it back to, we were talking earlier about when locker rooms and clubhouses were more open to reporters. You could have a feud between a player and a writer or a player and a broadcaster, and that would be very widely known because it would happen in front of other
Sounds like
people.
you're speaking from experience.
That's not important right now. But what I'm saying is it wouldn't be a secret because it would be impossible to hide something like that. I mean, I've certainly been part of groups where if a certain person walked up to join the group interview, the player would say, I'm not answering any more questions until blank leaves.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you would know there was a problem.
Ooh.
With this, no one really seems to know. And clearly no one's gone to any great length to find out.
I would say this. We don't know what's going on with De'Aaron Fox. It's been, there is a theory that always upset about something that was in the media. I don't know, but to me, that is laughable, especially as I say, the Sacramento media, that a player could be that upset about something, because there's been nothing that's been derogatory towards De'Aaron Fox, right? Other than maybe, hey, he's not playing well.
Yeah.
If that were what it is, and I can't believe it is, that would be ridiculous and unacceptable. You agree?
Yes, I do agree. And that's why I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah.
There's something going on, but it isn't that.
Mm-hmm.
Because
It
that would
just
be too
can't
obvious
be.
and
Yeah.
too easy. And,
Yeah.
you would know that immediately, or you'd be able to circle back and say, oh yeah, I remember that game. And he just got lit into and he took it personally or whatever. None of that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's genuinely mysterious. And it, more to the point, it may be, we don't know, but it coincides with bad basketball.
Exactly.
I don't want to say it's causing it, but it coincides with it. And so as anyone who's like watching the franchise or is a fan or is interested in the franchise would say, can you please fix that?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a chance we can get that fixed?
Somebody on the chat, before the chat spun off into, the zoo topic, which is wonderful. I love it. But before it did that, somebody, it's natural. Someone said, oh, maybe he's heard trade rumors involving him. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. I
don't think so. I mean, I haven't. I mean, his name would naturally come up in trade conversation, but not seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of.
Someone else might say, hey, how about Fox? And I think at this point, the Kings would be, no, we're not.
Pretty happy with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty
Maybe.
happy.
I was just thinking, I'll think out loud here. Maybe he's upset because there's all this talk about, they would never trade Keegan, but there hasn't been any talk that they won't trade De'Aaron Fox. It's unlikely.
There's no
the
way.
thought just flashed through my mind. Okay.
But there's no way he's that sensitive. There's nothing in his history that says he's that sensitive, right?
Right.
I mean, and for that matter, he's played through stuff too. Like we already know he's a tough player.
He played through trade rumors a couple years ago.
Right. There's something outside of all that conversation that's going on. And for all I know, it's organizational. I'm not trying to tee off on anybody. I'm just saying it's really
you come in
possible
one day and you're
Sure.
taking cheap shots.
Sure. Well, you said come in and fire away. No, but it's possible that there's stuff in behind the scenes of his daily life in the organization as part of the organization that we don't know about that's causing some sort of a problem. Don't know.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of trades, the Miami Heat acquiring Hornets guard Scary Terry Rozier for Kyle Lowry and a protected 2027 first round pick. Okay. So the Heat get a gifted scoring guard, having one of his best seasons. And there's a lot of talk that Kyle Lowry will probably be bought out and he will end up going elsewhere. But that seems like a reasonable price. I mean, in terms of how this affects the Kings, I don't know that it does, but it perhaps in terms of the price for some of these players, this one seems pretty reasonable.
It does, partly because of what you said about Lowry. If in fact his value to a team is maybe, someone we're going to acquire and then spin off.
Yeah.
Because it then, in other words, the trading team can say that gives us option. Now we're going to open up some lanes here. That makes a lot of sense. And a 1, okay. It's when you start getting to multiple picks.
And it's a protected one
in
2027. And you know how it is. Some of these GMs in other various sports, like, we'll trade you a pick in 6 years. I won't be here, so I don't care.
I'm getting fired next Thursday.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
It doesn't matter to me what happens with that pick.
Well, we're dealing with this year. And the Heat probably looking around saying, if we don't add some scoring, we're going to have a tough time even in the early rounds, right? I mean, that's a very solid organization that needs a little more scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
I'll tell you how this could impact the Kings, this whole deal, or at least the thinking behind the deal. And by the way, the Hornets are going to work to move Lowry onto another team before the deadline. And if they can't find a deal, he could eventually become a buyout candidate because his, he's on an expiring contract worth $29.6 million. But here's the thing. According to reports here, the Hornets are not done dealing. So they are discussing other deals on their veteran players ahead of the trade deadline. And I don't have a hard time imagining that the Kings have a list of forwards they would like to acquire, they'd be interested in. Siakam was up there, gone. Anunoby, gone. Is Jeremy Grant on there? Probably. PJ Washington may be on that list as well. And if the Kings aren't able to get guys on the list ahead of PJ Washington, they may end up coming back around to Charlotte to seeing if he would be available.
I know we're just ballparking it, but what's his value? No, I don't mean his value as a player. I mean, what would be going back that would make sense?
My first instinct was to say something similar to this, perhaps.
Okay.
I mean, Terry Rozier is, he's a big time scorer.
Heck yeah.
And I know PJ Washington came in with maybe a bigger reputation. But as far as his production, I don't think you'd have to give up too much more than that. I wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think so either. I mean, that's more in the realm of reasonable. It's not a huge move, but it's a building block move.
Yeah. Player and a pick for PJ Washington, there'd be some risk involved because he's been kind of inconsistent and he doesn't always do the things you want from a big forward, but I'll bet he's on the Kings list. They haven't gotten to him yet.
Our friend Brendan Nunes put together a PJ Washington trade a couple weeks back. And the one that he concocted was Sasha Vezenkov, Davion Mitchell, the 2025 second that we have from Portland, and then a future second from the Kings.
So no ones, just a couple
twos. No ones. It'd be Sasha and Davion and 2 seconds.
No, they can't have Sasha.
What?
No, I'm a big Vezenkov guy.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. He certainly seems to have found his footing.
Just give him, please. Yeah. To let the guy find his footing before you decide what his trade value is. Absolutely.
And when did that start? When did you
2 months ago
on the Vezenkov wagon?
2 months ago. I mean, for a while, he wasn't playing enough for you to really be able to make any judgment. And just watch him play, and I just realized he really understands basketball. He really, really understands basketball. He will get this. He's going to get the flow of this offense.
He sure understands. I'm supposed to stop you from going over there and scoring. I can't, but I understand that I'm supposed to.
Well, he watches with enthusiasm. You can't have everything, Whitey. But he can, and I think he will accelerate their offense as time goes by in the time that he's on the floor. I'm not ready. I don't want him packaged up yet.
He really is good. The way he plays off the ball is a perfect fit for him. And it seems to me that in basketball, shooting is kind of like pitching in baseball. It's not quite analogous, but it's similar in that everybody needs it. I don't care who you are, how good you are. You can always use more pitching. You can always use more shooting.
Right.
And it looks like he's finally finding his stroke now, and he could be an elite shooter. And he does that bow and arrow thing. Is that what you like about him?
That's all it took. That's all it took. But, and I know when I talk, and I know you guys talk about the Kings defense a lot. And rightfully so. But I do think he's one of those guys who can, he'll generate enough offense by himself and with others to offset his defensive liabilities. You can say that about some guys, but not others. He's one of those guys that I would keep around for that reason.
Yeah. It's not his fault, but he's on such a bad defensive team that they just don't have that much wiggle room at that end,
That's right.
It's like, well, you can't cover for you. We're already covering for that guy and for that guy.
That's right. And the minutes he plays are important minutes, but they're also minutes when they're often very weak on defense. So it's not that simple. With all that said, he stays.
He's carving out a role for himself, though.
Yeah,
last couple
find somebody
games.
else to dish.
Were the Kings showcasing HB, or was he showcasing himself last night? We hope to find out from our Kings insider, Brendan Nunes. He joins us next. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
For the final time in the regular season, the Sacramento Kings and Golden State Warriors collide.
Accelerates front court, gives to Lyles on the run, into the lane, drops to Herder, to McGee. Crank it up, throw it down, big fella. JaVale McGee with a full windup and a two-hand ripperoo.
Join the G-Man for the call Thursday at 7 as the Kings and Warriors square off from San Francisco on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Have you ever envisioned having $500,000 in advertising to conquer the remodel market, but felt overwhelmed at the thought of going it alone? Now you don't have to. Join Subcontractors United and share your advertising with 2 other contractors in your trade. Get $500,000 in advertising for only $1,042 a month. We are so sure this will work that we're giving away free advertising until June 2024 to qualified contractors. Visit subcontractorsunited.com today.
It's time to buck up, Sacramento. The professional bull riders are back. PBR Sacramento Wrangler Long Live Cowboys Classic will take over downtown's Golden One Center this February 2nd through 4th. 3 huge nights of edge-of-your-seat bucking, featuring some of the biggest bulls and toughest cowboys on the planet. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.
Stop by any participating Save Mart location for a 20% off ticket discount code when you buy Monster Energy.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big old nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo, with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. Plus line dancing, a mechanical bull, and Sacramento's best food trucks. 2-day general admission tickets are on sale now, starting at $85, or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more info, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Oak Ridge Winery.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Kyle Draper got so excited last night with the Kings winning and the beam and everything. He needed the day off. Actually, his son's playing basketball today, so Kyle's checking that out. So Mark Kreidler is filling in today. A heck of a job. A peach of a job. Cracker jack of a job. Thanks.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Great to have you back. Great to be back on the radio with you. We've done a few shows together over the years.
You bet. Honored and humbled to be here, by the way.
Truly?
Truly.
Yeah. Our Kings insider, Brendan Nunes, is going to join us in just a moment. The De'Aaron Fox thing, again, it's somewhat risky to say things without knowing what's going on. I'll just say, I don't think this team is good enough for some of this drama. It's like, well, wait a minute, what?
If you're Mike Brown, I'm pretty sure that's what you're saying. Is we here's one thing we don't need and should probably, quell as soon as possible. And again, it's always what we don't know is so big that it's that it's possible that the coaching staff is very aware of what's been happening, and it's something that they don't have a lot of control over, and heaven knows, hopefully it's nothing serious. And it could just be, if it's just a guy being impetuously angry, that would be a little funky, but not serious.
Yeah. It could be two separate things, right? Obviously, It could be he's upset about something, and he happens to be playing hurt, but one has nothing to do with the other. Maybe that's the case.
Well, yeah. And it's certainly not best case that if he's trying to play through something, but it would explain a lot.
Yeah. Well, here's somebody who knows everything about the Kings. Sactown Sports Kings insider, the one and only Brendan Nunes. Hello, Brendan. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How about yourself?
We're doing fine, and we're glad to talk to you here because we know you know everything about the Kings. So what the heck's going on with De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, kind of a weird situation. I think there's more to it than meets the eye, and I'll start by saying I've seen some people and fans are obviously a bit confused and wondering the same sort of thing. And I don't think this is anything to do with his character or leadership or anything like that. And just speaking on, him not talking to the media for the last 2 weeks or so, assuming that's what you guys are kind of referencing.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean, I think that it's just kind of a complicated situation that, like I said, there's more to it than meets the eye. And I don't think it speaks to how he is as a person or as a leader or a teammate or anything like that. There's just kind of some potentially complicated behind the scenes stuff that I think is involved there as well. And, I'm sure people will read into that a bit, but do your best not to all too much, I guess, is what I'll add to that as well. And it's been an interesting situation. I'll just say from my own perspective, only having been credentialed for about 3 years now, this is kind of my first time really dealing with something like this. And, getting used to just the understanding that it is technically a contractual obligation for him to be speaking with media. And when it comes down to it, you're the face of the franchise, and the team was just going through a little bit of a losing streak, and the fan base wants to hear from you. So I don't think it's necessarily media feeling, obligated, he has to be speaking with us or something like that. It's us sort of being the vessels to the fan base that does obviously want to hear from their star player. And it's, I guess, confusing from the outside, maybe why he's not. But again, I think there's just kind of more layers to it than maybe what some people realize. And I don't think that necessarily has anything to do with on-court production or how he is as a teammate or a person or anything like that.
Well, that kind of leads to because I think that's where, Brendan, the rubber meets the road is basketball. And in your observation, is there a basketball toll being paid here at all? I mean, are people to connect what's been happening with his production or with the team's performance?
Potentially. I think that there's definitely a possibility there, but it's kind of hard to know. I think that Mike Brown, when it came to just his on-court production yesterday, put it pretty well, that this is still a 26-year-old guy that we're talking about. And he started the year amazingly. And I think that we've seen him grow a lot throughout the last couple seasons, obviously, and really in the 7 years since he's came into the league. And I think kind of the next development is not only taking this step, but learning how to sustain it. He's getting shown so many different defensive looks, even varying more so now that three-point shot is really going down. And I think there's an adjustment to doing that for, 70 games out of the year, even if players should be, allowed obviously some wiggle room for maybe 10, 15, however many people are comfortable with just kind of off nights. But I think that there's potential that it's playing a part, but I tend to gravitate more towards like this could very much be happening without any of that extra stuff going on as well. And he's adjusting to being a not just star, but like borderline superstar, and sustaining that is something that's difficult in a learning process within itself.
Here's a theory, Brendan. Is it possible? And I know you may not know, but is it feasible that he's feeling maybe a little hung out to dry? Like he's not aware of what's going on. Next thing you know, people in the media like yourself, just doing your job, you're wondering, hey, where's De'Aaron Fox? Where's the leadership? And then he feels like, well, I didn't even know any of that was going on. My team didn't back me up. I should have been aware of that. Is that maybe part of what's going on?
Yeah, I think to an extent for sure. And team is a very loose term and not just.
I mean, like my organization,
right.
His organization.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, for sure. I think that definitely could play a part here. And, this all stemmed from Keon Ellis getting thrown out after 2 really bad losses, right? They did it when they got blown out in Boston. And Keon was part of the rotation at that point and played some notable minutes, even if I think it would have been more fair for somebody else to go out and speak. But then after the New Orleans loss, where they're down 40-50, something like that, when he checks into the game for the first time, and then he's the only one that speaks at the podium, it really stems from that being unfair to Keon. And that's not specifically a De'Aaron Fox thing. I think there's about 7 guys that play consistently. There's that starting 5, there's Malik Monk, and there's Trey Lyles, where I think that they probably, any of them really would have been better to answer questions out there and not leave Keon sort of high and dry. And then obviously from there, it's kind of continued to the point where obviously Darren's kind of not really communicating that much through media. But I definitely, to answer your question and kind of full circle there, is I do think that there is potentially that's playing a factor a bit.
Gotcha.
For lack of a better way to ask it, how should the Kings be handling this as an organization? I mean, you made the point, and it's a valid point, and I don't want to keep harping on it, but it's a contractual obligation. This isn't just media's feelings being hurt because De'Aaron doesn't say hi. It's part of being a professional. Why wasn't this addressed, 13 or 14 games ago?
Yeah, and I think that, again, it's kind of a complicated situation a bit at times, and there's definitely layers to it. I'd say that, trying to think of the best way to put this, that, there is, De'Aaron is potentially kind of, I don't really want to speak for him, but he knows that that's a contractual obligation, and that if he wants to go against that for a bit and whatever ramifications that could potentially come with that, then that's also totally up to him as well, and something that he's allowed to do. And obviously, even if that means that maybe a little bit of money taken out of his pocket, I have no clue if that happens or not. But obviously at a point where that's a little bit of a conversation. And I think, honestly, a lot of it has to do with a good majority of this took place while they were on the road. There was that game against New Orleans, and then they play again against Toronto maybe a day or 2 after at Golden One Center, and then they went on the road for a good 5-game stretch there. So a little bit of a interesting perspective, at least from local Sacramento media perspective, of not, I think, being fully aware of the extent of him not really doing media until they just came back into town for these 2 most recent games.
Gotcha. Brendan Nunes with us, our Sactown Sports Insider, and of course, all guests are brought to you by the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Harrison Barnes, and I asked you this last night, kind of kiddingly, were the Kings showcasing Harrison Barnes last night, or was he showcasing himself? How would you answer that?
I'll go with, they thought that after he had a good start and he was a little bit more aggressive, which, maybe could point to him showcasing himself. You never really know.
Yeah.
That once he was going a little bit, they kind of kept feeding the hot hand. And I thought there were interesting comments post-game a little bit about, like, Domantas Sabonis saying that he thinks Harrison Barnes actually has a mismatch on most nights, and that they benefit from him being a little bit more aggressive, and then they also being more aggressive in finding ways to get him involved. So I think that it's funny. You look at the start of the season where he scores 33 points, and then last night he drops 32. And in between, there's kind of just a bunch of there's more underwhelming performances than I think you would like. There's only one 20-point game, 20 plus, in between those 30-point performances, again, beginning of the year and then game 42 that we saw last night. And yeah, I mean, with the deadline approaching, and definitely the thought in the back of some people's minds, myself included, like, could this be the last time that he plays in Golden One Center as a member of the Kings? That it's a fair question, but honestly pretty difficult to answer. And I think that it's good for both sides to see him sort of have a game like that, considering the kind of slowed down production that we've seen from him for a majority of this year.
So what's your sense, Brendan? It's a 7-game roadie. It's a long road trip, and obviously a lot's going to happen around the league during that time. How different will this roster look the next time they play at Golden One?
Yeah, definitely hard to gauge. I think that we've seen that this front office is definitely aggressive. I think that they are obviously going to be involved in a lot of conversations and are actively seeking ways to improve this team, and have probably identified ways and areas that they think that there are potential paths to improvement. But I also very much believe that they should not act out of desperation and just make a move to make a move. That unless the locker room has any, like, have kind of lost their internal confidence, or unless there's like pressure from ownership, that Monty shouldn't feel like his back's against a wall, Monty and Wes Wilcox, because this team is all locked up for like pretty much 3+ years. You look at the large majority of it. You look at their starting 5. They all have at least this year and 2 more remaining on their contract. I think Trey Lyles has this year and 1 more. So in your top 7, the only one you're missing is Malik Monk going into this offseason. And that'll be an interesting conversation for sure. But I think that because of that fact, that they don't need to necessarily be in a rush. And I know people probably won't love to hear that, because the season hasn't gone how many people would have hoped and expected. But it's a slow process, right? Like, Rome wasn't built overnight sort of thing. And that I think that making no move is better than making the wrong move just because you felt like you needed to make one. So if I had to guess, I do think that they will look different and they will make a move, whether that's the first game back in Golden One Center on the 7th, or if it's on the 9th, the day after the deadline when they play Denver in Golden One Center. I think the team will look different, but if they don't, I guess kind of already come to at peace with that, because I don't think that they should be acting out of desperation. And if they don't, I don't think it'll be for a lack of trying.
Thank you, Brendan. We appreciate it. By the way, Brendan and I are the only people in the media room that put mayonnaise on our hot dogs at halftime.
Terrific.
Yeah.
It's
so
exciting moment for you guys.
It is.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brendan.
Yeah, we wear it proudly. Yeah, appreciate you guys.
We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
We're going to take a time out here. When we come back, we got Mr. Baseball here today.
Uh-huh.
The one and only self-proclaimed Mr. Baseball.
Nobody calls me that.
He will share his thoughts on the brand new, just announced moments ago, Hall of Fame class when the Drive Guys return on Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We will see increasing clouds tonight with rain developing before sunrise tomorrow. Expect rain for the morning commute. The rain will taper off tomorrow afternoon. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The new year is here at Folsom Lake Kia. Shop my favorite dealer, Folsom Lake Kia, for low interest rates, low payment with 0 down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia for over 25 years right here in Sacramento.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Start your 2024 grilling season right with a new lifetime warranty Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My personal Napoleon P500 series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro. It's incredible. Napoleon Prestige grills Versatile grilling for every occasion. Form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today, or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
It's time to get your tickets for the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame celebration February 4th at Thunder Valley. Inductees include Matt Barnes. Go to Ticketmaster.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, I know we got the NFC Championship game coming up. And I know we got Kings about to embark on a 7-game road trip. And they've been up, they've been down. The roller coaster ride continues. But we have Mr. Baseball here. And we're not going to take up your whole afternoon with baseball talk. But we do have, it used to mean something, Mark Kreidler, did it not? When the Hall of Fame class of the year was announced, and it was just announced moments ago, this year's Baseball Hall of Fame class.
And how great of them to drop it in on a Tuesday late afternoon.
Brilliant!
In the week leading up to the NFC AFC Championship
Do you
games.
remember when they did the Platinum Glove this year and they gave it to Fernando Tatis and it dropped at like 9 p.m. West Coast time on a Friday?
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, why is this news coming out at midnight East Coast time?
Why don't they just do it between quarters of the NFC Championship game? Right?
But listen, and truly, and if you decide, look, we need off-season material, we need, and God knows, MLB Network would say we need programming, but at the very least, just boot it back 1 week to Super Bowl dead week, right? There's 2 weeks coming up before the Super Bowl. Next week's dead week. Just drop it right in there. You'll probably have the day mostly to yourself.
That's a simple one. You're so right. And I know the vast majority of people are like, I don't care one way or the other. But for those who do, if you just, let's just wait till nothing's going on.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll get more notice.
The irony is that the lead up to the Hall of Fame vote is a little bit bigger deal than it used to be because of people like Ryan Thibodeau, our old friend from the Bay Area, not Mr. Tibbs, who tabulates the pre-Hall release votes to the greatest extent he can. And it's usually kind of like exit polling. You get whatever you get. But even that stokes more interest in what's going on at the Hall of Fame. And then you just kind of drop it in on Tuesday. Yeah, we're kind of heading into evening on the East Coast. Let's just drop it in now.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's,
I was a little bit confused this year because my marker for when the Hall of Fame vote is when you see the should Barry Bonds be in the Hall of Fame segment on ESPN. And he's no longer eligible for the Hall of Fame. So it kind of crept up on me. It's like, well, now we don't have the should Bonds and McGuire be in the Hall of Fame argument again.
Yeah, that's true. And then I did see a spate of Gary Sheffield stories. So I guess we have a new narrative. But
I got to tell you, one of my proudest moments as a baseball fan is the time, in my own mind anyway, I don't know that this actually happened, but I convinced Mark Kreidler, a Hall of Fame voter, to vote for Burt Blyleven. In the previous year, he hadn't, and I tried to get him to vote for Burt Blyleven, and he did, and he might have done that anyway, but in my mind, I got Burt Blyleven into the Hall of Fame.
Well, I think you did.
Congratulations, Whitey. That's cool.
Actually, it's good insight because the voters, first I started to say the writers, but the voters are all writers. It's not a broadcast. It's a weird vote. It's only writers. It's a very strange deal. But writers can and do change their minds.
Yeah. Year to year. Sure.
Year to year.
That's why the numbers fluctuate.
And they fluctuate sometimes really weirdly, but sometimes it's as simple as a writer saying, I think I was just wrong. And that was when I finally came around on Blyleven, it was just straight up. I think I've just been wrong. But yeah, you pounding your fist on the table didn't hurt. There was another, I think I came around kind of late on Tim Raines. He was another guy that I wasn't sure about.
What about Jim Thome? You love Jim Thome.
Jim Thome, big country guy. Yeah, he's just country strong. Not an issue, no question. So this year, Adrian Beltre was at 95% of the vote.
So we got 3 going in now, right?
3 after a couple of years in which 1 or none went in. So I wouldn't say the floodgates open, but Joe Mauer went in on his first ballot, which is difficult to do.
Mauer.
Indeed. And Todd Helton, who was a favorite to get elected this time around, I can't remember what year it is for him on the ballot, did go in. Billy Wagner, who a lot of people thought this might be his year as a closer, with closers having been elected fairly more recently, Rivera and Lee Smith and Trevor Hoffman. He came up just short, 5 votes short, I think Kyle said. So
yeah, and this was year 6 for Helton.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. And so Wagner probably just comes right back around and picks up the 5 votes. Again, it isn't always that writers get beaten down, although there is a reason why not every writer makes his ballot public before the votes. It's because they don't want to go on social media and get trashed.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that writers, the voters, come around on players. They change their minds on players. Some writers will tell you the ballot was too full for a number of years in a row. So some guys I might have voted for, I had to just put off to later years. That could be part of the game that Wagner has seen, and he'll probably be elected next year.
Won't Bonds get in eventually one way or the,
there's only one way now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They used to call it the Veterans Committee. I don't know if they call it that anymore.
I think they call it the Players Committee now, but or the modern day committee.
It's a committee set up so that in the case that a deserving player doesn't get in, that's like the last safety net, right?
Very effective. More players,
in theory, anyway.
More players, but also front office people have come to the Hall of Fame that way than through the
they let anybody
writers vote. Writers don't let anybody in. And so this side door has proved to be, pretty well used. On Bonds and on Roger Clemens both, I honestly don't know, because that particular committee includes living Hall of Famers. It isn't dominated by them, but they comprise a fair number of that committee. And honestly, Whitey, they've basically said no chance on Bonds. So they hold Bonds's records against him in many cases. Because of the history associated. So, sort of blatant cheating will get you booted, and vague cheating may get you elected.
Vague cheating, it's up in the air. If you're Pudge Rodriguez, but if you're someone else, then no, sorry, you're not.
Bonds' case is notorious, and that's just how it is. And McGuire's case was notorious.
And Alex Rodriguez, I think, was at 13% this year, or 30%.
That's where it's going to be. He's not going in on the writers' vote, and he may not. And as we're starting to learn, that side door that's been open to a number of players through the decades may not be open to these guys, because some of the people who sit on the committee are existing Hall of Famers who would resent having a player elected who is clearly, unquestionably cheated, as opposed to guys where you say, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Years and years and years ago, when we were all growing up, it was simpler, and there were magic numbers that guys would reach, and there would be 300 game winners and guys that would hit 600 home runs. And, some of those so-called magic numbers, 3,000 hits, were automatically qualified a player to get in. And now it's the way the game is played. It's just harder for players to achieve those things because they're not as emphasized. Like 300 game winner, no one's going to win 300 games again.
Right? I know. I mean, 200's putting it way out there.
Yeah.
But the thing that's been interesting about the last several years is that partly because of that, because the game has changed, this, the idea of using analytics, that is to say, a different set of numbers to evaluate players has become much more accepted, partly because of, right, let's assume he's not going to get the counting stats that we think should be associated with Hall of Fame. Can the argument be made that during, the prime years of his career, he was as good as XYZ many Hall of Famers that are already in? That becomes a great argument. What I think is interesting about it is a lot of times it takes the player out of the question and substitutes the numbers for the player. And that may be good for some voters. For other voters, it will be difficult because they'd like to say, I know a Hall of Fame. I saw a Hall of Famer play. I know what a Hall of Famer looks like. And he wasn't it.
Right.
And so emotionally, that's a really tough thing. And I'm
your son, Ryan, does he even concern himself with batting average anymore? Which used to be like, what'd you hit? And I mean, I know it's still something, but is it Does he look at on-base percentage to his coaches? Like, how much does batting average even matter anymore?
Well, I can safely tell you that Ryan and every player in professional baseball still cares what his batting average is, because it's actually still a useful number. It isn't the necessarily preferred number.
They also show it every time you come up to bat.
Every single time. And if you're ever below the Mendoza line, that's when you realize how big the scoreboards are in Major League Baseball. So yeah, batting average, yes. Home runs, yes. RBI, which, sort of become the trash cousin stat of baseball. Yes, they care about all of it, because all of that contributes to most of the other numbers you're compiling. What happens is that a team can come to you and say, man, your exit velocity is tremendous. You just don't contact the ball often enough. It's like, okay, so you mean my batting average sucks. Thank you. Now we're coming back around. So yeah, there's no question you can understand you can understand the point of analytics, and you can embrace it. And I think the real challenge to coaching staffs, not just at the major league level, but below, is to figure out, how do we take all this information and then take some of it to the player? Because you cannot bombard the player with everything you're learning. There's no way they could go up to the plate with that much knowledge and even swing a bat.
Mm-hmm.
So a big part of that skill is, how do we take all of this and distill it into one or two things that a player could actually use?
So as we go to break here, the 3 new Hall of Famers, and I want you to give us thumbs up or thumb down on each of them, Kreids. Adrian Beltre.
Automatic.
Joe Mauer.
Yeah.
Todd Helton.
Yeah, he's in.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Mauer's the only iffy in that is because, well, he had a huge position switch in the middle of his career when he couldn't catch anymore. And it changed a lot about how he was persuaded. He was a Gold Glove catcher who had to spend the second half of his career as a first baseman DH.
If Helton hadn't played in Colorado, he'd be like a 257 hitter with 11 homers.
Always splits don't say that at all. Stop that.
Hall of Fame. Okay, fine. The 3 best things about last night's Kings victory, are next here with the Drive Guys. Kreidler in for Draper today, Sactown Sports.
It took all 60 minutes, but the 49ers found a way to dispose of Green Bay.
1:30 and rolling to play in the game. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle, touchdown!
Next up in their quest for another Super Bowl title is a major roadblock with the Lions. San Francisco hosts Detroit, Sunday at 3:30 in the NFC title game.
You can hear all the action right here on Sactown Sports and Sactownsports.com.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with 0 down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory inventory online at FolsomLake4.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com. 0
down with approved credit. Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Time to get your tickets for the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame celebration, February 4th at Thunder Valley. Inductees include Matt Barnes. Go to Ticketmaster.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local. Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Little Huey Lewis for you, Kreitz.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
But I don't think this is from the sports album. Remember Huey Lewis and the sports album that had members of the 49ers on it? Remember that?
Not really.
Yeah. It was, remember those songs?
I remember
like,
the album.
Yeah. Hip to Be Square and all that. And it had like Ricky Ellison and Ronnie Lott and Dwight Clark and those guys on background vocals.
Ricky Ellison, great pull.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got Mr. Kreidler in for Drapes today. It's Drive Guys rolling on. We're going to get to the three best things about that Kings win last time. But first, off to the phones we go. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Has it been a while since you've talked to JR?
Do you mean RJ?
Well, it depends where you are when you talk to him. JR, what's up? You're on with Mark Kreidler.
Kreidler. It's the Chrysler.
Yeah.
That's right.
Democrat. What's up from Davis? How you doing, brother?
We're all Democrats in Davis. I thought we talked about this.
Well, yeah. You guys have 5 guys rotate in on every switch. It's a 15-man roster. So here's a question. What's the odds for Bonds getting in at the Kreidler Casino in downtown Macy's?
Oh, thank you for asking. Downtown Macy's. I appreciate that. We said odds, but then as you may remember,
Kreidler Casino, I guess COVID just shut that sucker down, huh?
Oh, it did. But no, he let people in down below, but they had to wear a mask and smoke cigarettes.
Not gonna lie, we made some money during COVID. Yeah, not gonna lie. Okay. But as you may remember, we had connectivity issues.
Oh yeah. So, yes. Yeah, those brick walls.
Ultimately,
those people.
Scuttled. Strong odds.
Yeah.
Against Bonds in the Hall of Fame.
But with your casino, you're going to give people odds and they won't even know that he's not eligible. That's how your casino runs, dude.
As I said, we did very well during COVID. There were a lot of information blackouts during that time. And we felt as though maybe it had run its course at about that time. So we let her go.
You're literally the guy from Back to the Future, the bad guy that got the book on betting and went to the future. Created casinos all over the world.
Always works
out. We miss you, Kreidler.
Thank you, buddy.
We do. And poor Whitey, he tries on this show. If it wasn't for Kyle, like keeping the plane above the ground.
Right.
Yeah, it would have crashed on the side of a Vallejo mountain. And those aren't even very high.
We all appreciate the job Kyle's been doing. Yes, totally get that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to, and wish you the best. That's all I got, really, except I'm going Sunday. My Niners will win big, and that's going to be important to my family. Good luck to me, yes.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Good luck to you, Jay.
Let us know Monday. I'd love to hear what you have for Kyle Draper Monday after the NFC Championship game. How about Mark joining us here on Sactown Sports? Hello, Mark.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Man, I got to tell you, I got a grin from ear to ear. I feel 20 years younger Whitey and Kreidler on the air together. Man, I gotta tell you, am I dreaming, bro? Unless you can get the Phantom there this week collectively, if I die next week, I'll be happy. It is such a joy
nice.
to hear your two voices together. Mark, I've missed you. I follow your stories online.
Thank
Do
you.
you know what fan I am? Damn, it's good to hear you guys.
Wow.
Thank you, man. It
Thank you.
actually made me feel 20 years older.
What's
but
with the swearing, though? I mean, really? Do we need to go that far?
No, it seems a little over
Thank
the
you,
top.
Mark.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think Mark is the gentleman who, when you and I were first starting out way back in the day, and when I say that, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing, but you'd already been doing radio for about 20 years.
Doesn't mean I knew what I was doing.
I said something cheap and tawdry about the Beatles and how I was sort of tired of hearing the same music all the time. And Mark sent me a CD with like 30 just absolutely brilliant cuts, but they were deep cuts. Still have the CD.
Well, very nice.
Actually don't have anything to play it in anymore, but I do have the CD.
That's too bad. Hey, Wax is coming back too, Krides.
That's great.
Yeah.
Don't think I don't know it.
What's a CD?
Yeah. Thank you. See, that's where we are these days.
The Kings won last night. How about that? I don't have an MP3, but I have MP3 best things about their win last night. I'll just give them to you quickly. What do you think of this? One, they made their free throws last night.
Yeah.
That was not only nice to see, it was a relief.
Well, it calls into question why it doesn't happen more often. It's just, we talked about this a minute ago, but it is really weird to see a team have trouble with free throws. I mean, sometimes you have a bad free throw shooting team because most of your guys are bad at it, but that's not often. And
I think
usually
they were 7th last year as a team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's solid.
It's highly competitive.
This year, the last few games, I would sit there and literally be comparing the opposing team's field goal percentage to the Kings' free throw percentage, and they're pretty close. That's not supposed to be that way.
That's not.
There was multiple games that happened. So thank goodness last night, 24-27. I said yesterday, Krides, I would have almost taken a high free throw percentage over the win. It's just like, no, they got to make their free throws. Got it. So last night we had both. Number 2 was they didn't fold up like origami cranes. And Malik Monk said it last night. The cool thing about Malik Monk, one of the cool things is he's very honest. And he said, yeah, I think Sean Cunningham asked him a question. He said, we kept our, foot on their necks. And he said, and down the stretch, they made a run. And he said, we didn't fold up like we usually do. So it's like, yes.
Thank you for your honesty.
Right. Right.
Probably you're not coming to the podium next game, but thanks.
He said, we didn't fold up like we usually do and let them back in the game. And the Hawks made their little run. And the Kings said, nope, not tonight. It's nice
but you know what? And part of what he's getting at, of course, is defensive integrity. And when you can prevent runs if you can get a couple of stops here and there. I mean, that's a big part of it. With that said, and you've said this a long time, the NBA is a league of runs.
Yeah.
Every game is going, with very few exceptions, even a commanding lead is going to be eaten into a little or marginally threatened. Last night, they just did a normal job of putting away a worse team.
Yes.
Team they're supposed to beat.
Right.
And, there's some normalcy there. Not everything about the game was normal, but the outcome was sort of that's what should have happened. They should have withstood the run.
The Kings have had so many issues defensively. You can see it in the demeanor and even the eyes of the other teams. Sometimes teams get way down against the Kings. And even if it's here, you can see that, they're not the least bit discouraged because they know the Kings are going to give them a chance to get back in this thing.
That's right. We're going to, it could be any minute now, but we'll probably get ourselves in a really good situation here in a minute. Then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but not last night.
Not last night.
Yeah. And then third and finally, the bench for the Kings outscored Atlanta's bench. And you should outscore their bench by a lot because they're already shorthanded. And they're not very good, but it was 43-19. And just the fact that Monk played, of course, well off the bench. He had 13. Davion Mitchell played well. Trey Lyles had 10. JaVale McGee had 7. And Mark Kreidler's favorite, Sasha Vezenkov, with 8. Again, it's against a lesser
feed
team.
him, Whitey. Let's go.
But that looks like it could be a rotation going forward.
That's right. And it's again, they're going to need to outscore teams, but that's a rotation that you can really get behind.
And coach has been looking for answers, and we'll play him for a while. All right, somebody else next, and maybe now he's found the right combination. until the trade tears everything up. And you have to
and it also, hey, you're going out on a 7-game trip.
Yeah.
There could be some rotation adjustments in the course of a 7-game roadie, especially if for whatever reason it starts to go sideways. It's tough enough coming out of the stretch that they're coming out of to even gear up for such a long road trip. That's highly unusual in the league. A 5-game trip is a long trip. 7's like when they used to send the Spurs out of town.
The rodeo.
Because the rodeo was coming in. Yeah. It's kind of a different deal.
Yeah. Have you seen Wembanyama much yet, by the way, speaking of the Spurs?
Not as much. I have seen him, but it's so astounding to watch him that once you start to watch him, you can't stop.
Mm-hmm.
And no kidding. He's the kind of person, people that I will describe as very, very casual fans know who he is. They stumble over the pronunciation, but they know who they're talking about. They stumble over the name occasionally. And these are people who don't watch a lot of NBA, but they're like, that's incredible.
Yes. And even those of us who've watched for a long time, you see him every so often and he'll do something. And we always want to compare a new player to past players, but he'll do stuff that for me anyway, it's like, okay, I've never seen anyone who could do that before.
I think actually, and I think Popovich is kind of in the middle of that. Like, how do I coach to this?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'll see him. He certainly does coach, but you see him with Wembanyama a lot. And I think part of it is, God, this guy's already this good. If I can just give him some things,
mm-hmm.
but how do I coach to a skill set I've never seen before?
Mm-hmm.
It's a really interesting question, even for an established guy.
Is it an interesting question for Jerry Reynolds? If it is, you can ask him.
You betcha.
Because we're going to talk to the Kings icon, Jerry Reynolds, when we come right back. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
For the final time in the regular season, the Sacramento Kings and Golden State Warriors collide.
Accelerates front court, gives to Lyles on the run, into the lane, drops to Herder, to McGee. Crank it up, throw it down, big fella, JaVale McGee for the full windup and a two-hand ripperoo.
Join the G-Man for the call Thursday at 7 as the Kings and Warriors square off from San Francisco on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Oh, what a great day to be talking Kings basketball. No Kyle Draper today. He needed the day off after that big win, and he's checking out his son playing basketball today. But we have, and I'm sorry, it's Mark, right? Mark Kreidler. Mark Kreidler.
I'll spell it for you after the show.
And our next guest, I know you've spoken to him a time or two.
We
welcome back to the program. And rather than list all the things that he's done for the Kings and for the community, I just call him Kreidler. He's just a Kings icon, right?
He is.
Agree?
He is an icon.
Yes. And he's also a big Chiefs fan.
He also doesn't mind being called an icon, which is great.
He's Jerry Reynolds. What's up, Coach?
Well, I was hoping for a little longer introduction. I mean, you kind of shorted me a little bit, but that's okay.
You're probably right.
I've just being with you two dynamic duo guys, legends in your own way. So, yeah, it's great to be here. Beautiful day. Not much more I can say.
What did Mrs. Reynolds call you once? A semi-regional celebrity or something like that?
No, a regional celebrity. That's where you're kind of famous in a 50-mile radius or something.
Yeah, but Whitey was shorting you again just then. This is starting to become a thing.
Yeah, well, I think do you think it's a little jealousy there? Is he just kind of snipping at me a little bit?
I've always wanted to be a regional celebrity. I'm jealous.
Yeah, well, it really pays well.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, I was going to say I just stopped by Pete's Coffee and they give me the same deal like everybody else got. Wow. So
Yeah.
But anyway, hey, it's just good. When you're about 70 or 80 years old, you're not going to complain about anything.
Well, Jerry, I was talking about you yesterday before the game because I mentioned that you have said many times on this station that you'd like to see the Kings run a few things for Harrison Barnes. And after last night, it looks like that was a pretty good idea, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I don't know if they did seem like they were looking for him a little more, especially, but he was aggressive himself, getting himself to the basket. As you know, I've kind of always felt like with Sabonis, high, they ought to slide him in low. I think he's got the best post game on the team other than Sabonis, and seems like they could use him a little more. And I thought last night that certainly seemed to be the case. Hopefully we'll see it again, rather than once a month. Mm-hmm. It'd be good.
Jerry, how much of that was
Jerry's feisty today?
I want him. Oh, yeah, we like spicy Jerry, though.
I'm a little feisty today.
Yeah, boy, spicy Jerry. How Harrison's been inconsistent all year long, all season long. How much of that is, and I know Mike Brown's mentioned before, we don't call his number very often, but how much of it is early game not being involved? Because last night he was involved very early and often.
I think that's a really good point. I mean, I think for Harrison, he's just not the kind of guy generally to, force things. He blends in maybe to a fault. I've always said that. He's a great team guy, locker room guy, but he'll kind of bend to the will of his teammates, so to speak. And that's why I think, you need to call his number. Give him a number and call it. Get him going early, and I think, you'll get more production out of him, which this team needs, and as your point, Mark, about his productivity, it's one of those things, if you really look at the numbers, they're outstanding, but they're just not enough of them. Mm-hmm. He's a guy who settles for 4 or 5 shots too often. But his percentages are good. His points per shot, which I know Whitey gets tired of me hearing from me.
I love it.
but I mean, that's what wins. Offensive efficiency, and really, other than Sabonis, he's the most efficient.
Yeah, to that point, Jerry, I was just looking this up last week, and I haven't checked it since. But true shooting percentage, which is a version of what you're talking about, I was surprised. Sabonis is first on the team, and Harrison Barnes is second on the team. So. Yeah, it's just like, hello, give him the ball, let him shoot a little bit because he can help you.
Yeah, I mean, and we all know that probably there's a diminishing returns in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But certainly between, at 15, 18 shots, it probably wouldn't be that good, but generally. But, I mean, for him not to get 10, 11 shots a game is just, I think, missing the beat. I mean, he's a good player, and he'll be selective. He's not going to force shots. I mean, that's just not who he is. So anyway, I think it just makes sense that this team really looking for a little more offense and a little more consistency. One way of getting better is getting Harrison Barnes involved more, I think.
Hey, Jerry, there's a lot of noise around De'Aaron Fox right now. And we've talked about it on the show so far today, including sort of our admission that there's probably some stuff going on we don't know. But just as a basketball person, what do you see when you look at him over the last couple of weeks worth of games?
Well, he doesn't look like himself. I mean, where, you go back 15 games or so ago, I mean, he was clearly one of the very best players in the entire league. And, scoring 30 a game and had very productive numbers and just impossible to guard. And quite honestly, he hasn't been that for a while. So you have to say, what's up? Is he hurt? Is he tired? I mean, it could be a combination of any of those things. Is he, I think with De'Aaron, this team, needs De'Aaron he's been good, but they need De'Aaron to be great. And when he's not great, they're just not this team isn't the same team, isn't as likely to compete at the highest level. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jerry Reynolds is with us, and let me see now if I can do him justice. Jerry Reynolds, former Kings assistant, former Kings head coach, former Kings general manager, former Kings player personnel director, former Kings analyst on TV. And am I missing anything?
Sure, he knew the franchise in Kansas City, Omaha. His history knows no bounds.
Well, then don't forget the Monarchs now.
Oh, dang it. Came up short again. Shorting Jerry Reynolds will be our new segment.
Jer, I know you've made trades. We as fans, we like to sit there and get on the trade machine on ESPN or talk about maybe this guy or that guy. And you've actually made some deals. You're the guy that brought Mitch Richmond to town. Of all the trade rumors that are swirling around involving the Kings, do any of them make any sense to you? Do any of them seem in your mind to have any substance?
Well, that's always tough because, as we know, you guys know as well as I do, that agents put out so much of that stuff for their own benefit.
Yeah.
And then sometimes teams do just, some teams will throw names out there to kind of see what the value is, that sort of thing. But having said all that, I mean, I'd like anyone, I'd look at guys who might be available, and I really enjoy this team. I'd like to see them get better, and I think they really do need a couple positions, whether it's a big wing that can play 2 and 3 and all, like a Herb Jones of the Pelicans, or of course a guy I like. Whitey knows this, Mark, that I had a love affair with Bobby Portis a few years ago, and I was hoping the Kings would go get him. They, when he was a free agent and wasn't making a lot of money, and then Naz Reid last year, and now my man is Jalen Smith from the Pacers.
Yes,
really.
Yes.
Yeah, a young guy that I think now they got Siakam, might be available. And the best, I think, the best is ahead. I mean,
right.
6'10", lively guy, can make shots, and to me, that's the kind of guy I would be more inclined if they could get him, rather than pushing all the draft picks and this, that, and the other in, and hoping to get that bigger name guy that might not necessarily move the needle anyway.
Jerry, I think maybe you're rubbing off on me, because last week when the Pacers were here, right before the game started, I turned around and I saw, said to Chris Watkins, I said, "What do you think of Jalen Smith?" I said, "I like Jalen Smith," and he was kind of, I'm not sure what he said, but Jalen Smith went off that night, Jer. So there you go. I think I'm learning something from you or something.
Well, that may not work out well in your career, but I do. I mean, I it's like anything. If you're going to take a young guy, you're always kind of betting on the come. Whether it's getting a Bobby Jackson when he, on his 4th team, or players like that. I mean, or draft. You draft guys late, like a Turkoglu, and and they turn out a lot better than you expect. And I think for this team, probably they're going to have to, catch lightning in a bottle, so to speak. They've done some really good things, but they're, I just think that, quite honestly, they're at least one piece really short, especially in the West. This thing is if these teams stay healthy, I don't know. You could be, Kings could be anywhere from 5th to 10th or 11th, I mean, really, and that would apply to just about everybody else.
Hey, Jerry, how tough is it when a team starts to get good? You're in the front office, the team starts to get good, and there may be voices even within the organization saying, "Don't trade away pieces. We've just finally gotten this thing together." I ask that because when you were there and in the thick of it, but when the Kings, in their last iteration of really good basketball with Rick Adelman, obviously Jeff Petrie, and yourself and others, they were not afraid to switch out some parts on the fly. In fact, they made some significant moves, even in the first couple of years.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I think fans kind of forget that the first team, that went to the playoffs, it kind of turned things. The starters were at guard were Jason Williams and Olivier St. John and Corliss Williamson, Blotty and Weber.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that wasn't the team a couple of years later, and I always said, basically trading Corliss for Doug Christie, was a terrific move based on fit. Corliss went on to be Sixth Man of the Year and on a world champion, just like Jason Williams for Bibby. I wouldn't say Bibby's better than Jason Williams. I definitely wouldn't say that, but he fit better.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, to me, that's kind of where they're at. I mean, and people, we tend to forget too that the second year of that rebuild, or the team really turned, they won 44 games, which was about the same pace they were the year before, and got swept in the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's right.
It was the third year when it really started coming together. And, so there's, I think, to your point is, I think Jeff always said, and I always really agreed, and Rick Adelman, is that you got a core that you want to keep, and that core may be 4 guys, 3 guys, 5 guys, but it's not 12.
Yeah.
It's not 12.
But don't you think, Jer, as as objectively as we can be, Monty McNair looks at this roster and he sees it a lot better than most of us, but there's a need there. They probably need, if anything is possible trade-wise to upgrade this team, there's a need there if they want to get as far as they need to get to this year, right? Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no question, Monty sees the same things we see and sees things we don't see.
Right.
He also knows, that what he'd like to do, the other team might not let him do.
Yeah.
Or say with trades, the thing I've learned is that you can't make people trade with you.
You tried, huh?
Yeah. It's kind of like demanded it. We want to send you our bad players for your good players. Why won't you do that?
Seems like it should work.
Yeah, it would work if somebody it's not often do you get a, trade Joe Barry Carroll for Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish. That just doesn't happen very often.
Right. Well, we appreciate your time. Thanks for your insight. And man, how anxious were you over that Chiefs win? That was a kind of a nail biter at times there.
It really was, and I'm Josh Allen, I like that team. I feel bad for him, but, not bad enough to give up the win. But like I say, and as we've talked, the Chiefs haven't looked as good as, as they have in the past, but they got a guy named Patrick Mahomes plays quarterback. And I think that's quite an advantage.
You can't tell me your heart didn't flutter a little at wide right. Wide right happened.
It was doing a lot of fluttering, I'll tell you that. I was going to say, I got a new pacemaker, and it was having to keep pace. You know what I'm saying?
All right, JR. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Guys.
We'll talk to you soon.
See you, JR.
All right.
Having a great show.
Thank you. Kings icon, Jerry Reynolds, and his accomplishments. There's so many I can't even list them all. I've tried.
Legion.
I tried.
Yes.
He's literally in at least, I think, 3 halls of fame.
Yeah.
Various institutions.
Yeah, including one for coaching way back when.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. When we return here, what do Kings fans deserve? What do you deserve to see from your team in the second half? The Drive Guys here with Mark Kreidler in today. Sactown Sports.
Join us for Championship Sunday as the Ravens host the Chiefs at noon and the Lions battle the 49ers at 3:30. The NFC and AFC Championship heard right here on your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 58, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. We will see increasing clouds tonight with rain developing before sunrise tomorrow. Expect rain for the morning commute. The rain will taper off tomorrow afternoon. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let's fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $67. Plumbing, sewer, electric, heating, and air.
Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Have you ever envisioned having $500,000 in advertising to conquer the remodel market, but felt overwhelmed at the thought of going it alone? Now you don't have to. Join Subcontractors United and share your advertising with 2 other contractors in your trade. Get $500,000 in advertising for only $1,042 a month. We are so sure this will work that we're giving away free advertising until June 2024 to qualified contractors. Visit subcontractorsunited.com today.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. Get the best selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade, even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Yeah, lots of love on the chat for Jerry Reynolds today. And, you know, chat being what it is, lots of love for Taco Tuesdays. So it's just kind of the nature of the chat.
I'm on board with both.
Can you believe this? I think it was last week. And Sheena was asking me, you know, what do you want for dinner? What should we have? And I was like, Tuesday's Taco Tuesday. And I thought there's no chance it's going to fly. And she's like, huh. Yeah, all right, yeah, okay, we could do that. It's like, yes!
That should work every Tuesday, by the way.
It's working today, I understand.
See?
Yeah.
All you have
so
to
the
do is
SAC chat is making your dinner plans in advance for you, or at least reminding you.
Yeah, it just reminded me. Yeah, it's kind of a coincidence that happened. Remember a couple of years ago, LeBron tried to have that trademarked? You heard that story?
No. Taco Tuesday?
Yeah.
I remember that.
No. Come on, dude. He lost.
Of course he did. Of course you did.
Yeah.
You spoke it into existence. Good job.
Thank you.
By the way, this is a very nice studio. I forgot. I meant to tell you that. I'm sure you're the one who put it together. This
Pretty
is
much.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You made some wonderful choices.
Yeah. This is a very interesting building. And apparently, and I know you just came in right before the show. I didn't really give you a tour or anything, but it used to be a sewing factory. So like we're up here on second floor. And if you go out here, it's where there's windows to downstairs where the people are at their desks. And apparently that's where, you know, the supervisors would go and watch all the people down there sewing.
Yeah. So you do that sometimes.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't do it that much anymore. Yeah. And there's also rumors that the place is haunted. There's a stairway
it's definitely haunted. You know it's haunted. It's for sure haunted.
Definitely? You're going with
there's
definitely?
no question.
Because
Yes.
it was a gene factory?
That's what Emil, who's
No.
our 49er insider, he said, oh, it's haunted. I said, how do you know? And he said, because it was a gene factory. And I'm like,
Oh,
I
no.
don't see the connection. I'm not saying you're wrong, but anyway.
No, it's haunted by the ghosts of radio shows past.
Maybe
There have been a number of shows and a number of stations and a number of call signs that have drifted
could
through
be.
this. There's some stuff.
Are you a ghost?
Yeah. No, but as what he knows, I did see one.
Yes, he says he saw one. Was the great Christopher Laud has been here for overnight sessions, and he says I've been here in the middle of the night when there's no one here many times, and he says I ain't seen no ghosts.
I sitting in the soundproof room. How's he gonna know?
Well, the one for me that confirmed that there's no ghost was I was here doing Oakland A's baseball one night, and the power completely dropped out, entire building. I'm like, okay, I got to find my phone. My phone's downstairs in the car. So I am like scaling the walls in the dark to try and get out of the building. It's pitch black except for in this studio.
No ghosts.
No ghosts. So I'm like, if they weren't coming out at that point, when are they ever going to come out?
Because if you're a ghost, like, oh, it's go time.
Why would
now.
they come out then? You're gonna be immediately seen.
I'm
They're
the
not stupid.
only person in the building. It's
that's when you
pitch
have your
black.
ghostly fun.
You're
It's like this poor
confusing-
guy's just sitting. Like they take
Ghosts
turns.
aren't all spooks.
Yeah,
But
They're
if
not all
they're
trying to haunt
if they're
you.
trying to maintain their secrecy, how perfect would it be? There's only one person. They'll never believe
That's
him.
when the newer ghosts who haven't done it's like, all right, you take this one. This is too easy for me.
Yeah, pick
Just
on
go-
the new
yeah.
kid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Possible. But anyway, I'm sure it's haunted.
Anyway,
Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday underway. I hope you're having a good one. Mark Kreidler, let me ask you, as a long-time observer of Sacramento sports and the Kings, second half of the season upon us now. The Kings are actually a little bit past the halfway point of the season. What do Kings fans deserve to see from their team in the second half?
Well, they deserve a higher level of play than they've seen in the last couple of weeks. That's independent of wins and losses, but I say that because they're about to head out on a 7-game trip. And I think that what Sacramento fans deserve is a team that's competitive, because this team actually was built to be competitive. It's not to be confused with any other seasons that you and I ever had to talk about back in the day. Coming out of last season, coming into this season, it's totally realistic for any fan to say this team's competitive. It should be. They haven't played competitive basketball recently. It isn't just losing 4 in a row. It's watching the games. Hey, that's not competitive basketball. That's what a fan deserves always, but especially with a team that you've already seen can play at a high enough level to be a playoff entry.
That was probably well said. I wasn't really listening, but I think it sounded like you pulled it off, because I was reading some of the comments here in the chat.
Yes.
For example, Megadeth Knight says, I deserve a title in my second half of the season. I deserve something to click and the Kings to realize they're a contender and in striking distance to make noise in the West.
Mhm.
Is that a version of what you said?
It's a version.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you don't deserve a title, but you listen, you deserve a team that recognizes and is responsible to its own talent. Or that's sounds like high language, but it just means understand that you're a very good team as currently constituted. You can win a lot of games with the guys you have right here now. We don't know what's going on with De'Aaron Fox exactly, but let's just say sort of generally, you're not banged up. You've got your rotations the way you want them, and you also can switch out because you have pieces. Are you perfect team? No, but good enough to play at a much higher level than you've seen the last couple of weeks.
I don't think it's fair to gauge what fans deserve in terms of results, just because you can't control that. Kings fans deserve a 55-win team, maybe, but good luck.
Yeah.
But I think Kings fans do deserve the best effort the organization can give towards winning 50 or more games. That is, they deserve an organization that is committed to whatever deal might be out there that's going to make them better. And it's possible that they will not be in position to make a trade. They may have to go, we could do this, but we don't think would be in our best interest. And if it comes to that, where they don't make a major move, that's going to be a tough sell to the fan base.
And that's fair. And I think, Jerry Reynolds was actually arguing for a little more subtle move. But I still think that accomplishes part of the objective, is like, watch that reconstituted team and you might see it's better. It got better. They may not snag the biggest name. And that's partly because they're a lot of the players that they care about the most are the players that other teams would want. They're They're not dripping with glittering trade prospects that they don't mind moving. They're not in that kind of situation. So you may not get a blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with you that what they owe is their absolute is to be open to every conversation. When you start off by saying we won't do this, this, or this, it's nice if you sort of know that, but it's no way to go out into the marketplace. If you're going to go in the marketplace, go listen to what people want and see if there's a fit somewhere.
Yeah.
And you got to be open to some uncomfortable conversations about your existing guys.
Yeah. One of the things that's tricky is that going back to the Sabonis trade, a lot of people, I'm not the first to point this out, I realize, but a lot of people will point out that nobody saw that coming. You know, it's like, wait, what? Tyrese Halliburton for Sabonis? Where did that come from? So a lot of people have applied that to now in this current deadline approaching and say people have said, we're not going to know. Whatever we're hearing, it's probably not true because Monty doesn't work that way. However, we heard a lot about Siakam and Sam Amick and others say that almost happened. And the thing is that apparently all came through Toronto, and you can't control that if you're Monty. So I don't know. My first thought was, well, that's true. Therefore, everything we're reading about this guy or Kuzma or whoever, it can't be true, but it could be.
It could be. And again, Jerry mentioned this, but it does bear repeating, especially in the next, couple of weeks. We're in the lying season, and that means agents will be spinning a fair amount of disinformation. It's a really good time to maybe check in with people who cover the NBA whom you trust. And I think you mentioned Sam Amick, like people who are just their track record suggests they don't get derailed very often.
Do you think some of the bigger name reporters with bigger outlets, nothing against Sam, I love The Athletic, but I mean, national people, are they maybe a little too willing to just, what do you want me to say? All right. What do you have for me? Fine. Without questioning it, to do the bidding, if you will, of the agents and teams.
Speaking generally, yeah, that's a game they play. Sure. I mean, I don't know if it's as simple as, hey, tell me anything, I'm about to tweet it. But I think it's certainly true that the national writers especially are, a huge part of their profession is being really dug in with agencies. And they may have particular people within certain agencies that they deal with on a regular basis. And they hear something and they think, this is really good. I'm going to pass this along. Mm-hmm. When in fact, it may be nothing more than the germ of an idea. So yeah, you're going to get, kind of tossed to and fro over the next couple of weeks if the Kings name gets put out there. But as you mentioned with Siakam, that doesn't mean there's nothing there.
Right.
I would just say stay close to people that you trust in the NBA sort of media sphere. Don't get derailed by a tweet that went viral for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Sort of hang close to it. I think it's a total compliment to the Kings front office as it's currently constituted that people don't always know what they're doing.
I agree.
That is a high compliment. It's not easy to operate that way.
Just to make sure people don't misunderstand you. You mean they know what they're doing. People don't know what they're up to. It's not that they don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Because we've had
possible
in the past
that sometimes they don't know what they're doing, but not this group. I would say with this group, yeah, it's to their advantage that people outside the organization have been sometimes crazy wrong about what the Kings front office was actually up to. It's to their benefit.
Man, Jalen Smith would be great. Jerry's a genius.
You just agree with him.
I love Jalen Smith. When he said, I was like, what? That's my guy.
Our third trade with the Pacers within 24 months.
Sure.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, that's right. We've got a track record with them. When we come back, we will, with your help, take a moment to reflect on just how massive Sunday's game is for the Detroit Lions. It's incredibly huge. We're all over that when we return. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Get deals on what you need during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Right now, save $250 when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch sliding miter saw and adjustable stand together. Plus, save $710 on an LG kitchen suite and earn 3 times the bonus points on all LG appliances. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid 1/15 to 1/26. Subject to change.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big old nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo, with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. Plus line dancing, a mechanical bull, and Sacramento's best food trucks. 2-day general admission tickets are on sale now, starting at $85, or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more info, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Oak Ridge Winery.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I loved being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought them. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
For sore feet, aching back, knee, or hip pain, come to the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, or Vacaville.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Might as well light the beam because we won. Right? Kings with a big win last night, and thank goodness that beam thing. Isn't it the greatest thing, Kreids? The beam?
Yeah.
Isn't it the greatest?
Doesn't get old at all.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to go there. That's fine. You have...
Nah, I'm just kidding. It's cool, and it was it wasn't.
I'm not even going to say anything.
Obviously, it wasn't organic because it was planned, but I don't think they had any idea it would take off the way it did.
Right.
It became such a thing, and it's very specific to this one market. And I see people in other cities reference it, which is kind of cool.
And it's so great based on the Halo at Anaheim, which was based on what, the flag in Wrigley, I think? Yeah. And there was a game, it was earlier this year. I can't remember which game it was, but I was leaving just as the game ended. And, it's cool to go out and then get pictures of the beam. But this was just as I was leaving the building, people were waiting for the beam to come on. So I got to see not the beam, but the anticipation from all, just not just kids, but adults and families and people hurrying around to get in position with their phones and the looks on their faces. It was incredible. People were just ready. They were so happy that the beam, watch for it. Here it comes.
Yeah. It's just like this really cool thing. And like, again, like I said, it didn't just happen. Obviously, someone said, you know, it'd be cool. We should try this. But I don't know if anybody had any idea that it would take off and become such a thing. And now it's, when they go through a losing stretch, it's a real problem for people. They're looking for that beam, man.
Yeah.
It's the coolest thing ever.
Thank you. Yes.
It's so cool.
I was getting worried though. Scott Fresh, the guy, he's the in-game host. And, you know, and he always says, who wants to light the beam tonight? He does a great job, as they all do out there. And I saw him yesterday before I went in, and he was, you know, just relaxing. And I said, who wants to light the beam tonight? And he said, hey, man, no guarantees. I was like, that's kind of just the way everybody was at that point.
Well, it puts people in a funk. It would kind of going back to what we were talking about a little while ago about what fans can expect. This is what happens when you demonstrate that you can be a good franchise. People say, okay, great. I accept that that's what you are. So don't, so if you take your foot off the gas for whatever reason, I'm going to have a reaction because you've already demonstrated that you can be a winning team and that you're a playoff entry. So, a losing skid, underperformance, or even play that just looks out of character, it's going to be noticed, and that's totally normal.
I love the joke that someone made on the internet because halfway through the season, last year they were 23-18. This year they're 23-18, and it's like last year was the most magical season any of us have ever experienced in sports, and this year everyone's pulling out their hair trying to figure out what's wrong.
I know.
With the Kings.
And seeing on the surface, that's bizarre, but that's legit. It's like, yep, if you understand how they got there,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And again, totally normal, I think, and even rational for fans. It's like I changed my expectation because you showed me that you've really turned this franchise in a winning direction. So as a fan, you've got every right.
Right. And this year that 24-18 leaves you 7th. And I think last year they were higher than that, weren't they?
I believe so. I could check and see what it exactly was, but
like 5th or so. So, I mean, there is same record, but as Jerry said, the West, as we all know, I feel silly every time I say this because everyone knows it. The West is so tough, but it is really difficult.
I used to look at that though through the the prism of how do you get from being a genuinely bad team to being even knocking on the door of the playoffs. I think the other thing that you learn as you go through it a little bit is how hard it is to stay among the, let's just call them the safe playoff teams, because you don't want to get thrown into the scramble, right? You don't want to be 7 through 10.
Right. And you really don't want to be, we're as good as we were last year. Because if you ain't getting better, you're getting worse.
In the Western Conference.
So there's no really, we're the same.
Yeah. Over the last several years, that's been, especially true because occasionally a team will jump up and surprise you, but a lot of the good teams have reloaded and reloaded and reloaded, and you're facing teams that are getting better. They're getting better. You can't just decide, hey, we got our guys. It never works.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Jerry's point, right? You got a core, but it's not 12 deep. And I would argue it's not even really 8 deep. It's probably 7 or 6 that you would say, these are our guys. Everybody else, we can put in a mix if we have to.
What did Jerry say? It might be like 4.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the front office's great responsibility and their great challenge to figure out, which 4 sounds dumb, but it does change from time to time. What's our core? Who are we?
And when you talk about the teams that jumped them from last year to this year, despite the fact they have the same record, it was probably the most predictable of the teams. Minnesota, who added an all-star back in Karl Anthony Towns. He missed 54 games last year. OKC, who added a rookie of the year, Chet Holmgren. Clippers added an all-star in James Harden. I'm forgetting the last team. Phoenix, who added an all-star, and they jumped them.
Guys.
And New Orleans, who got Zion Williamson back after missing all of last season. That makes sense. Those are the teams that jumped him.
It does.
Yeah. Last night when an Atlanta player went to the foul line, I think it was, I don't know if they did this every time. DeJounte Murray goes to the foul line. And of course, they want Kings fans to boo. So you know what they put on the video board? A Detroit Lions helmet.
Did they really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's what they showed. at least for a couple of his free throws. And that brings me to this comparison. Do you agree with this? If so, to what degree do you agree? I'm watching the Lions this year and where they've been and how downtrodden they've been. And they remind me a little bit of the Kings and Kings Nation last year. Now, it's a bigger scale because, A, it's football. And they've been in Detroit forever, and the Kings have only been here since 85. But I'm kind of reminded of last year and how excited Kings fans were when I see Lions fans this year.
It's on point. The like Kings fans to Lions fans saw last year, they got this taste last year, like, hey, I actually think they might have turned a corner.
Yeah.
They weren't a perfect team, but you
got
can
a late
see
run. And it's like, wow, they're good.
Man, this team is competitive in ways we haven't really seen in a while. And this year it all came true. And they've only been hungering for it for 33 years. I mean, their last playoff win was 1991. No kidding. The last time they won twice in a playoff was 57.
And the Kings,
when you only had to play twice.
Kings won their championship in 51. I think the Lions won their only championship in 1957.
Yeah.
And I think they beat the 49ers at Kezar Stadium. When we really knew Lions fans were, and maybe I should have known this all along, but when we knew that they were all about it this year, opening night, remember in Kansas City, the Lions opened Thursday Night Football, Kansas City Chiefs, the season opener, and that place was crawling with Lions fans.
Yeah.
And they were loud.
Yeah. Yeah. They ate up tickets in a stadium held by the defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
And won the game. Impressive. They actually, and the other thing, to the point of Sunday's game, the Lions were within the Dallas weirdness of being the number one seed. It's not like they're somehow, I don't know, they caught fire. No, they've been good all year. They've been this good. And they've gotten better, and they're also young. Jared Goff's not a kid. But if you look at some of their top position players, including their
do you remember when we talked to him when he was at Cal? We did an interview with him. I don't know if you remember.
Did we?
We did a phone interview. I don't think it went very well, as I remember, but yeah.
He's probably hungover. He's been the right guy. There aren't very many games during this season where you would say, man, Goff won them that game. Last weekend he might have, but he has been absolutely the steadying presence. And again, for a fairly young offense. So not only are the Lions good, and this is what they do have, another thing they have in common with the Kings, Whitey, they're good, but also you can sort of project the next couple of years. Hey, their window's kind of open. And I think that's how Kings fans feel. And that's, hence the pressure. Anytime the Kings start to go sideways or the trade deadline approaches, there's that pressure because, it feels as though a window has opened here of opportunity.
Franchise was founded. They were the Portsmouth Spartans. That became the Lions. They joined the NFL in 1930. They have never been to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Never been there.
No.
So this game Sunday, can you imagine how big this is for Lions fans?
Including this year, they've won 9 playoff games in their franchise's history. Patrick Mahomes has won 12.
Yeah. Listen, the quarterback the last time they won a playoff game before this year was Eric Kramer. So not to take you too far.
Right, he could spin it.
He could spin it. He could sling it and spin it.
Yes. So hate to go here, but we'll look at how the Lions could, just in theory, how the Lions could bring this 49er season to a crushing end. I'm not saying they will, but I think we need to be aware of how they could. And that's coming up next year with the Drive Guys. Mark Kreidler in today on Sactown Sports.
For the final time in the regular season, the Sacramento Kings and Golden State Warriors collide.
Accelerates front court, gives to Lyles on the run, into the lane, drops to Herder, to McGee. Crank it up, throw it down, big fella, to Vail McGee with a full windup and a two-hand ripperoo.
Join the G-Man for the call Thursday at 7 as the Kings and Warriors square off from San Francisco on your home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-385-9302 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-385-9302. That's 800-385-9302. What do you have to lose? Call 800-385-9302. Again, 800-385-9302.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. Get the best selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade, even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
Have you ever envisioned having $500,000 in advertising to conquer the remodel market, but felt overwhelmed at the thought of going it alone? Now you don't have to. Join Subcontractors United and share your advertising with 2 other contractors in your trade. Get $500,000 in advertising for only $1,042 a month. We are so sure this will work that we're giving away free advertising until June 2024 to qualified contractors. Visit subcontractorsunited.com today.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Beachhead Deli on 711 K Street is now your place to go in downtown Sacramento prior to all the games, concerts, and events. Conveniently located just across the street from the arena, Beachhead Deli features the finest gourmet sandwiches and craft beverages anywhere. Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street is also your premier lunch destination 7 days a week. Come by and say hi to new owner Brad Wakai. He's so excited to take care of all your taste bud needs. That's Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street in Sacramento.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports.
Time to get your tickets to the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame celebration February 4th at Thunder Valley. Inductees include Matt Barnes. Go to Ticketmaster.com.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Mark Kridler is in for Kyle Draper today. Kride, you may owe a listener an apology.
Why?
A bit ago, we were talking about what Kings fans deserve. I asked the question, what do you deserve as a Kings fan?
Yeah.
And Megadeth Knight said, I deserve a title.
Yeah.
He said a number of things. You said, well, you don't deserve a title.
Yeah.
And he comes back and says, but but I do deserve a title.
Well, you have one. It's Megadeth, obviously.
Huh.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I want that for you, but if let's keep our brackets where they belong. This season is what we're talking about. Second half of this season.
Roy Seeley says, I just want them to finish at the 4 or 5 spot to move in the right direction. It'll show hunger, but the way they play and the coach, sorry, I can't read the rest. Something breaks down grammatically there, but I want to see them headed in the right direction. The way the play-in coach right now, pray for play-in. I'm sorry.
Well,
a little autocorrect there.
It's a tough stretch. It's a tough stretch they're in.
Yeah.
But I get it. Yeah. I mean, no one wants them to, if they're
the way they're playing right now.
They are a play-in team.
Yeah. He's saying they look.
Yeah. It's a regression.
Right.
I understand. I think that if you look at some of the teams that have made big jumps, OKC is one of them, obviously, but you're talking about teams that are now crowding out some of those spots that you might have thought, and we all do this, I think, just as fans. It's natural to take last year's standings and say, if we get X better, look where we'll finish. But there are several teams that were ready to and did make really significant jumps, and you're right back in the soup.
Nick Town says, with the current roster, actually he says roaster, but I'm smart enough now, I'm learning not to say roaster. With the current roster, the Kings can make 7 through 11, but not top 6.
Okay. Advocating for a trade.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. The way they've played lately, I think, skews this entire conversation, because you're looking at a team, and I think it's especially people who close watch the Kings. Kind of hard, right? The last couple of weeks, like, they don't even look like the team I think I've been following. So why would I have any confidence? And that's when I think, especially from a fan's perspective, you start saying, look, make a deal. You've got to shake this up somehow. If they can't fix it internally, whatever it is, then yeah, they outside blood's a great idea.
I think it's not just a matter of shaking things up. There's certainly some upside to that, but I think it's a matter of them improving defensively. I think something has to be done. And it's hard to do. For example, the Atlanta Hawks last year, or before they made the trade for Murray, they were not very good defensively. And they went out and they traded 3 picks and more for DeJounte Murray, who had been second team all-league defense, a really good defender. So he joins them. He plays well, has some issues. He and Trae Young, I'm not saying they don't get along, but their games didn't necessarily mesh. Mm-hmm. But defensively, they were the same.
That's interesting,
so
right?
I mean, it's tricky.
I think we tend to do that again. We tend to kind of get centered on the idea of someone to trade for.
Yeah.
If you bring X in, it's always a fair question to say, all right, let's say your goal is to improve the defense and you bring in a player. How much does your team defense really improve?
Mm-hmm.
And those are the calculations that front office people get paid to make. But it's always, to me, it's why teams talk about trades a lot more than make trades.
Isn't that why people were jumping for joy so much when it was leaked out that Herb Jones became available? Because they were like, that's a really good defender. Why would New Orleans let him go? That was kind of the excitement of like, that could be a transformative player.
Yeah, he could be. And that whole thing was weird. I don't know where. I know a guy named Matt Moore said the Kings are expected to pursue him, something like that. But I haven't seen anything that would suggest New Orleans has any interest whatsoever in entertaining offers for him. So
It's a competitive
worth
team.
keeping an eye on. But yeah, it's like that kind of doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. So it's never quite as easy. I don't know that you're going to solve that issue with a single move. You can get a little bit better defensively.
Yeah, that's why
you have a number of players that are subpar defensively. You can't overcome it with a single trade.
To me, Mark Kreidler in for Kyle Draper today. I think in a perfect world, the Kings would add a 3-and-D wing, someone who can make shots and can be a really good defender at the wing position, maybe guard a couple positions, but a guy who's definitely a good defender, and a backup guard with some size who can defend and hopefully isn't a total loss offensively.
Is Doug Christie available?
I saw him there last night.
So yes is the answer. He's right there. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean,
but again, that's in a
guys.
perfect, but
Those are tough to get.
It's not like other teams. Like, what do you guys need? How can we help you? Yeah,
But at least, this conversation is at least kind of in the framework of the front office, which is from all we can tell, pretty much on the same page. They sort of know what they're looking for. I only mentioned that because you were discussing the Lakers situation a little bit earlier this afternoon, and it sounds way more chaotic. Like maybe LeBron is making suggestions that are being followed or pursued.
You can, if you watch them, and they're on all the time. It's hard not to watch the Lakers, like, oh, the Lakers aren't again. But you can almost literally hear the clock ticking. Or you can almost literally see the hourglass running out on them.
Yeah.
And it's inevitable.
Sure. And it isn't just LeBron, right? I mean, Anthony Davis is like, any minute now. We don't know what'll happen, but it will happen any minute. But with LeBron, it's a much bigger countdown. And so there's that pressure, that added pressure. It's not just we're the Lakers. It's also, we thought we had a window here. How do we go? How do we keep that window open for as long as possible? And also, what if it's closing faster than anyone wants it to? The urgency to make sometimes crazy deals gets ratcheted up. And that's exactly, I mean, at least with the Kings, my perspective is that the Kings front office is pretty unified and generally thinking the same thoughts about the types of players they would acquire if they could. And Jerry might be right. It might be something that's a little bit not under the radar, but not necessarily a headliner deal.
Jalen Smith. I think he would help you defensively, and he'd help you with your front court versatility, and you'd be better. If that's all you did, I don't know that you're necessarily going to be, like, hello, 3 seed or better, but he makes you better. And if it's just one of a couple moves you make, it's better than sitting there going, oh, there was nothing available to us.
Let's just assume that some teams in the Western Conference are going to get better by the deadline.
That's the other thing. You're right. That's a great point.
Yeah. I mean, some of it is just we've got to keep up with the Joneses,
and that to me is the answer to the mystery here. What's wrong with the Kings? They're about as good as last year, and they've got the same players. But I think the answer is yes. The Kings didn't see any big opportunities to improve in the offseason. They did a few things that were designed to help them improve. They haven't really worked out yet. They still could, but other teams made some big moves. So it's like in a vacuum, wow, what's wrong? But you got to look at the big picture, look at what other teams did to get better. And that's a great point you raised. At the deadline, other teams are going to, no matter what you think about what's available, what you should do, other teams are going to be doing things.
Yes, it's going to happen. It happened right in front of you. And some of it may happen sooner rather than, deadline or day after deadline, but it'll happen. And, the Kings are at that point, Whitey, where a lot of the offseason calculation was, and this isn't just fan talk, I think, in the front office. It was also, look, we have this many players who are basically still young in their careers. We can assume we'll get better strictly based on their career rise. If these guys each take half step or full step forward, you get better just by having the same guys. And not every team can ever say that. And, right now, the moment that we're in right now, it doesn't necessarily feel like that. That's the calculation.
Yeah, we'll get to the Detroit Lions and how they could, and I don't really like talking about it. That's one reason we put it off, how they could bring this 49ers season to a disastrous end. And we'll look at the Lakers. Mark Kreidler just referenced it. The Lakers, their silly plan to return to the throne, the NBA throne. Also, we'll get your calls when we come right back here. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
It took all 60 minutes, but the 49ers found a way to dispose of Green Bay.
1:30 and rolling to play in the game. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle, touchdown!
Next up in their quest for another Super Bowl title is a major roadblock with the Lions. San Francisco hosts Detroit, Sunday at 3:30 in the NFC title game.
You can hear all the action right here on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Mark Kridler in today. Is it kind of weird being on YouTube doing a radio show?
A little bit weird. Is the show over, by the way?
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
I get it.
That's a throwback reference.
Yeah.
Right.
We have someone, Cameron, saying, such a pleasure to see Rise Guys back together again. Miss these guys so much. Thank you. Lots of kind words. Whatever. We're trying to do a show here.
Yeah.
Okay?
And it's, I don't want to say that's over, but it's called the Drive Guys now. So, it's Kyle Draper's chair.
Yes. Actually, yeah, I guess it is.
Does he sit in this one ever?
Yeah, but I think he sits more over here. But he'll be back. Kyle Draper back tomorrow. Jay Pangilinan. Pardon me, Jay Pangilinan, I believe.
Hi, Jay.
Us fans may never truly know why the first half has gone this way, but the second half should be an opportunity to build up. That definitely is an opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, and we could be surprised by what happens over the next couple of weeks on this trip. It's just, it's really just about how they've been playing right now. And in the here and now, they've played really weird and losing basketball. So in some ways last night it wasn't a win the way they normally win games, but it was a routine win.
Harrison Barnes last night scored 32 points. I did not stay for the post game. To my knowledge, he did not speak to the media afterwards. I found that a little unusual. And I'm not saying what's wrong with him, but that, again, because I didn't see any. I saw who talked last night. Malik talked and Coach talked, of course. And there's no obligation to have three. Sometimes have two. But I just thought Harrison Barnes didn't talk to media after Harrison Barnes, who's been heavily criticized. He has this bust-out game, and we don't hear from Harrison Barnes. I thought that was unusual.
It's also a moment that at least theoretically he'd enjoy. You've had a great game.
Yeah.
Come out and talk about your great game.
Unless and it's possible that just he came out and none of it was deemed worthy of people posting anywhere. I doubt that, but anyway,
I doubt
it.
I
wonder what he had to say.
Yeah, they're just in a weird place right now. They are. And I know, and last night's win was much needed, but I'm not sure how much it changes things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I was going to say this. I'm not gonna, but I'll tell you what I was going to say, and I'm not going to say it because we've said it so many times. We're going to learn a lot about this team on this road trip. I feel like I've said this 15 times this year, and they haven't even been on 15 road trips.
Good news. The road trip is here.
Yeah.
It's an unusual trip. I mean, 4-game trip. Yeah. 5 games is a lot. 7's crazy. That doesn't happen very often. And this is most teams get one really long trip in the year. I'm not sure every team gets 7. It's a tough trip. It's tougher when you're not playing well. So that's their challenge right now.
Do you know they have a game on Super Bowl Sunday against your team?
When at like 7:30 in the morning?
I think it's noon our time.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm well aware because it's going to be a logistical.
Well,
hurdle.
yeah, and that's fine. I don't mean to come. Oh, we have to cover. I'm just saying. I think it's a little unusual.
It is strange.
Yeah.
I do remember.
Look, I think it's stupid. Okay, for Oklahoma City to schedule a game on Super Bowl Sunday. I'm sorry.
I'm positive you blame Oklahoma City. I'm positive that the Kings have played on Super Bowl Sunday in Sacramento in previous years.
I know they have. I remember, and I think it was this Steelers Cardinals Super Bowl, but I could be wrong. But they played Oklahoma City. I remember.
Did they really?
Yeah.
See, it comes back around to you.
Yeah. So OKC's like, we'll show you.
Yeah. So that's one of those get on the court, get off the court type games. And that's the kind you cannot boot.
I mean, it's nice for us, right? You got the whole day now rather than sit there and watch the Super Bowl pregame show.
Yes.
Watch some Kings basketball.
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, you're saying you don't want to hear about the backup linebacker for Kansas City who has overcome these incredible obstacles?
They won't even be getting to that when we're that early. It's all the hey, and coming up after the game. Yeah. Right here on I don't know who has the game.
It's CBS.
CBS, yeah.
CBS has
the Equalizer season premiere.
You know what that means? That actually means because CBS has the game, that means that Sunday's Niners Lions game probably will be Greg Olson's last game as the color analyst working with Kevin Burkhardt on Fox's broadcast, because it'll be Tom Brady next year.
Ooh.
So this could be it. This could be Olson's swan song.
By the way, did you hear the Tom Brady story based on what Brock Purdy said last week?
Mm-mm.
You didn't hear this?
No.
It's amazing to me. Nick Wagner wrote about it. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. For some reason, no one is talking about this, Kreids. And maybe you tell me, you're the journalist. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. This is what Brock Purdy said to. Actually, this is what Nick Wagner wrote. Pardon me. There's a quote in here, but Nick Wagner, ESPN.com, quote, early in the offseason, so before this year, Niners coach Kyle Shanahan sat down with Purdy and assured him that if he was healthy, he would be the starter, unless Brady wanted to play one more season for his hometown Niners.
Oh, yes, I did read it.
Purdy said, that meant so much to me. I remember him saying, if we can get Tom Brady, we're going to try to get him. And I was like, yeah, he's the GOAT. I get it. Isn't that, how come no one's talking about that?
I think because it was never remotely close to being a possibility. When Brady stepped away, the only thing that got people curious was when he told Fox, yes, I'm agreeing to the deal that we already agreed to, but I don't want to start for a year. I want to wait one more year before I do the broadcast thing.
He also posted something on social media not long ago indicating he nearly unretired in May. Brady did, but it's not clear whether that was a joke or what that was, but he did say indicating nearly unretired.
Yeah. You got to remember, going back to that time, that although they felt comfortable that Purdy would be ready, they didn't know it for sure.
Right.
Well, I don't know that bringing in Brady actually solves your problem, but it's interesting that, Purdy even really acknowledged it. That's the kind of thing that I would almost say, I don't know. I never heard that.
Yeah, I'm sure he.
Instead of, that was cool.
Yeah.
Tom Brady or me.
Didn't need to say that, huh? I was like, probably shouldn't have really gone there.
Yeah. Yeah. You didn't have to say that part out loud, but okay.
Imagine the QB room in August of Tom Brady, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold all walking into camp together with the Niners.
Yeah. It's the Niners' ability to make weird pursuits of players seems to transcend administrations and head coaches.
That leads me to believe that Trey Lance's his number was up a long time before any of us knew it.
Yeah, I believe so.
So many wasted hours over the summer talking about Lance and Darnold. Oh my God, you're bringing me back to sad times.
And what a massive concession. You mean that's the existing front office saying, all right, we're writing it off. We were wrong. We traded capital for this guy. We invested a huge amount of money in this guy. He got hurt, but he's not the guy. That's a huge concession that a lot of franchises would not make.
Mm-hmm.
Would not make, Dallas. And so it's not just that Purdy was, came on. He made the decision easier. Yeah, of course he did. But that's still a big move on Trey Lance.
Yeah. Kyle Shanahan got so lucky. Well, we saw something in him. We drafted him, right?
Sure. Yeah. They had already contacted him about possibly signing him as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, but
that's
so
how
some other
close
teams.
They were. Yes.
Yeah, Minnesota supposedly.
Yeah,
that's all the teams. Right? Oh, well, we were very interested in him.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he was very high on our board. We told you that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so crazy. Did you see that graphic during the game that showed of the 8 quarterbacks remaining, 7 were first-round picks and Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Here's the only way, Kreids, I see Detroit winning. Maybe not the only way, but this is their probably truest path to actually winning this game. And it has to do with the fact that the 49ers run defense has been, at times kind of iffy. And the Lions have a very potent rushing attack, and they have a very good offensive line when it comes to run blocking. And they have Jahmyr Gibbs and they have David Montgomery. And I said last week, and I know this is, it doesn't make me Vince Lombardi or anything. It's basic football. But I said, wow, if Green Bay can run the ball, the 49ers could be in trouble. Well, you were there. You saw it.
Yeah.
Packers, as they have been over the last several weeks, they ran the ball down the 49ers' throats.
Yeah.
And if Detroit does that again this week, it could be another nail biter.
To me, the sort of swing there, the pivot, and I agree with you completely. In fact, watching the game in person and not really seeing the stats, I actually thought the Packers ran for way more yardage than they did because they were so willing to run early in possessions, and because Jordan Love seemed like he was, elusively out of the pocket sort of whenever he needed to be. And that's when you sort of see, well, Armstead just got back on the field.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously, under the circumstances, he played really well, but he's not all the way back. And their pursuit wasn't exactly what you would have imagined. The Lions can run the ball all day if they want to. But if the 49ers offense clicks, Detroit will get pulled out of that run game fairly early. And then they'll ask Jared Goff to do it, and it becomes a different game.
If I'm Jared Goff, which I'm not, if I'm Jared Goff and that happens, I'm looking for number 20, Ambry Thomas, and I'm going after him every single play that I can that he's on the field.
Packers sure did.
Yeah.
And you know that.
It was embarrassing.
Well, and it was just, sort of reminded Niners fans that they looked for cornerback help for a lot of this season without finding it. They looked and looked. And so they're going to throw him out there because that's their option. And that's what they have to do. And by the way, Nick Bosa will be going opposite Penei Sewell on the Tigers O-line. That's a great matchup to watch. If you like that kind of stuff, that's a great matchup to watch because a lot of play results will be decided right there.
I came away from that game, among other things, like a lot of fans, I was like, 49ers didn't get to the quarterback. And then I saw the numbers that they actually pressured Love. They got pressure on him on 40% of his dropbacks, which isn't terrible. You were there.
Yeah.
I mean, was the 49ers pass rush, was it effective or not as effective as it should have been?
No, and in fact, partway through the game, it was easy. It was hard, or I should say it was hard watching the game not to wonder, why aren't they got to bring somebody extra once in a while. They were trying to get there with 4 most of the game. In the fourth quarter, they got extremely creative and risky. It's obviously risky, especially against a mobile quarterback like that, to bring extra help. But they started bringing some extra help. And I think that factored on at least one of Greenlaw's two picks. The other was, the last pick. You saw Jordan Love tried to do something that Brett Favre tried to do back in the day with about the same result.
Mm-hmm.
That's the sidearm falling down, slinging back across the field. That's a tough pass to throw.
I'll never forget this about that game. And it's totally understandable. It's not a criticism. But as you said, Jordan Love spent most of the game, he was just slinging it. And you could see on TV, I don't know how much you could see where you were, but you could see his face like that guy is locked in. He was calm. That last possession, though, where he ended up throwing the interception, you could see it in his eyes. Oh, he's terrified, which I would be too.
Big moment.
But yes.
Big moment. The guy they're playing on Sunday.
They thought they were going to win the game, and I was like, we're probably going to lose.
Right. You suddenly realize that you have to go length of the field, basically.
Yeah.
And that changes the dynamic a little. The guy they're playing Sunday is not going to feel that. The guy they're playing Sunday's been in a few of these. So it's much more about whether the 49ers can take the Lions out of their run game. And they can do that offensively by putting up early scores and forcing the Lions into a catch-up game.
Mm-hmm.
If the Lions are allowed to run for 3 quarters, you're in trouble.
How many times have you been to Detroit?
3 now, I guess. Yeah. Well, three recently. Back in the day, I went to Detroit a lot, but I covered the Lions in the Silver Dome. It doesn't count.
What happened? And I don't mean anything bad, but how nuts do they go if they win this game in Detroit?
You should have seen downtown. We saw scenes of downtown after last weekend. It was crazy, absolutely crazy. And it was snow covered. So it would be hard to calculate what would happen. It would be.
We don't have to worry about it, right?
Absolutely epic.
Don't have to worry about it.
Sure.
They're due for some good fortune. I think we can say that. But the 49ers, we don't know about Deebo Samuel. If Deebo plays, I really think the 49ers have enough to force the Lions to be playing catch-up football, and that's not their favorite.
Coming up, we'll see what Mark Kreidler thinks of what people are calling, at least I'm calling it, Shanahan's blunder. He got away with it, but what a blunder. It's next here with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Domantas Sabonis plays here.
He finds Sabonis, put the frosting on the cake, put the cherry on the sundae. Sabonis with a two-hand flush makes it 114-106.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. We will see increasing clouds tonight with rain developing before sunrise tomorrow. Expect rain for the morning commute. The rain will taper off tomorrow afternoon. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper, also known as Drapes, here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. That's where I got my gorgeous black-on-black EQS SUV. I'll be honest, it's the most stunning car I've ever owned, and let me tell you why I love it. First of all, the minute you step inside, you feel like you're driving a luxury vehicle. Plus, I love the onboard navigation system, and I tell you what, my kids just love the front seat and rear seat heating option. You know how it is up here in Northern California. You got to have that during the winter, and of course, during the summer, you got to have seat cooling. Well, my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV has that as well. Go see my friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. They believe, guys, that when you buy the world's finest car, it should be an experience you'll never forget. It's the greatest car shopping experience I've ever had. They were tremendous. The ease of buying, they just made it super simple. It's just 30 minutes from Sacramento, right off of I-5. And of course, you can always go online at mbofstockton.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Plantar fasciitis feels like pointed, sharp pain, very intense, can make your eyes water. It makes you walk funny because you're trying to get pressure off your heel. I had instability. I was so frustrated. I didn't know what to do. And I was driving past the Good Feet store. I mean, why not? Give it a try.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure they fitted me with the right thing. And so they brought out several different arch supports and gave me the opportunity to try them in shoes and walk around with them until they found the perfect ones for my feet. I had no idea that they would be that patient, and I had no idea they would be that kind. And you just knew, like, your feet, just when they got on the right ones, they were like, oh yeah. And it really did make a big difference. It made my foot not hurt. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Time to get your tickets for the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame celebration, February 4th at Thunder Valley. Inductees include Matt Barnes. Go to Ticketmaster.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Mark Kridler is in today. Thank you again, Mark Kridler, for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for Kyle allowing it.
Yeah?
Did he? He probably doesn't even know, does he?
He has no idea.
Yeah.
Actually, I did. He said, who's coming in? I said, Mark Kridler. And I kid you not, he said, who? So
that's we're off.
Mark Kridler, mister. Okay. Yeah. What do you think of Shanahan's blunder, Mark Kridler?
Which one?
The way he took his sweet time setting up a long field goal at the end of the first half that was blocked. A lot of people have said he should have been more aggressive there and given his team a chance to maybe punch it into the end zone, get some more points.
Well, I mean,
they're calling it Shanahan's blunder.
They're not. the conditions were bad. I can tell you that. Not that they're any better for a field goal attempt in that situation, but I think he was afraid to put it in the air with the conditions, which, by the way, after the half, the rain fell. It looked more dramatic on camera than it was in person. The first half, though, was legit, soaking. So I'm guessing that the weather factored into his decision some there.
In fairness to Shanahan, he wanted to get the ball back to start the second half, where he then also punted to begin the second half.
Right.
That's what killed him.
I get that whole thing.
That's what killed him was
possessions.
The 3 and out.
2 for 1.
As Kyle noted, the 3 and out to start the second half is a killer. And I told you earlier how loud it was in the fourth quarter. At the start of the fourth quarter was the quietest I've ever heard it inside Levi's, because there was no momentum whatsoever. The third quarter didn't go according to plan. The Packers just looked fairly comfortable playing football. Their footing was good. I heard Shanahan come out after the half and mention the footing. Packers weren't having a lot of slippage issues, and they were running the ball pretty well, and they just sort of looked like they're kind of in position to handle this game if they can keep it all together. But they are the youngest team in the NFL, and things happen.
Like you, like a lot of people with us, I've watched 49er games for many, many years. And, you watch a game and it reminds you of a game you've seen in the past. And all the games that I was being reminded of watching that game, all were games that the 49ers lost. Like the 1983 NFC title game and the 1987 game where Joe Montana got benched and they lost to the Vikings. And, these disastrous, like those games where it's like, what is happening? And it just felt that way the whole game.
Yeah.
And then when Carlson, bless his heart, when the kid yanked that field goal wide left, it's like, well, I guess there's a chance.
Yeah.
But I didn't think the 49ers had it. It just didn't feel like they're not going to win this game.
No,
until they did.
And I can tell you that was certainly in the mood. That miss, and by the way, 2 rookie kickers.
Yeah.
Trying to decide an incredibly important game or help decide it. But that miss absolutely lit the stadium on fire. It was a crazy moment because I think people started to think, we actually have Brock.
Yeah.
And we have this offense. And Kittle's still on the field. Like,
right.
They could probably go down and this could actually happen.
Oh, yeah.
This
That
might
was like,
work out.
well, that's doable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they had put themselves in a position where only a touchdown would do. So it had to be that. And I think just if you look at how the 49ers, with Deebo Samuel going out, and if you look at how the 49ers then sort of adjusted, a part of what happened on Saturday was that they built a game plan around a guy who got knocked out in the first quarter of the game. And so you're trying to adjust your game plan on the fly. And it allows, the Packers to sort of double up or triple up on a Kittle and force someone else. McCaffrey runs for almost 100 and catches 7 balls. That's another person that you have. And that's what I mean. I don't know if Samuel will play. It's probably 50-50. Maybe tomorrow they'll get him on the field and see.
What's the problem, do you think? I know you haven't examined him, but they do x-rays. Okay, there's no fracture. All right. I mean, easy for me to say, but it's freaking football.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get the Super Bowl. So what possibly could be like an AC joint, a bad sprain where he can't literally move his shoulder? What would prevent him from playing?
I don't know the answer. I mean,
I'll get him some Toradol if that's what they need.
I got a feeling they can get that.
That's what I would think.
Here's what I thought, and I kind of still think. I thought that under certain circumstances, they probably could have gotten him back in the game. I believe that Shanahan's calculus was, I think we beat this team without him. Let's see if we can get him ready for the championship game and see if we can't beat these guys without him. It's a crazy risk. But with that offense, I get it. It's like we have other options. We can still move the ball down the field. And they did, just barely, to win the game. It's a recurrence of an existing injury. That's about the only other thing I know. He missed time earlier this year with the same shoulder, same area.
But it was fractured.
Yeah.
And now supposedly, and I know sometimes a fracture, you have to x-ray it a couple times before you actually find it.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's possible that first reading, I don't know what the medical reports actually show.
The
All we know is,
preliminary
hey,
numbers,
no fracture.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe. But, I mean,
Well,
are you
that's
sure
true,
there's
too.
not some other structural damage in there? There could be. And like you said, it could be something like a capsule that would take an MRI to really spot, and maybe they're not looking right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. It didn't show up. The X-ray says no.
Of course, we X-rayed his foot, but we didn't find anything.
He'll be all right. But yeah, that's it. I think that's really. I thought that might have been the calculus on Saturday. Just you know what? Get him off the field. Let's see if we can't just win this game.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Tin joins us on Sactown Sports. Hello, Tin. What's up?
Hi, Whitey. Hey, Mark. Thanks for filling in for Kyle Draper.
Oh, sure. Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
And I heard earlier in the show that you are a baseball guru. Well, I have so much respect for the sport of baseball. I never played it growing up, but I had a friend, that played AA, AAA. And I think getting involved in that sport at a young age, man, it just turns your mechanics on like so quick. Like you have to be so quick on reaction when you're waiting for the ball, fastball, screwball. So yeah, I think, if I ever had the kid one day, man, I might have to get him into some baseball, even though I'm more of a football, basketball guy myself.
Good luck, Tin.
Totally appreciate that.
Kids hate baseball, though. Don't they?
They really don't. They hate standing around doing nothing. And,
right. That's what I said.
Baseball at the lower levels isn't like that, right? I mean, baseball at the lower levels is get back in the box. We're pitching again, and I think that MLB they're on the right track. They're still trying to figure out, does the clock really matter that much? Yeah, it turns out it actually does. Does it change the game? Not too much.
Yeah, for those who don't know, and he's modest, he wants to say Mark's son is a major league infielder for the Detroit Tigers. So that's in spite of the fact that you coached him through many of his early years.
And birthed him, or helped. Despite all that, he's succeeding professionally. But I do think it's interesting, Joe Mauer goes in the Hall of Fame today. He was a 3-sport guy. Todd Helton, 3-sport guy. There's a lot to be said for what each sport can give a young kid, in addition to just the fun of trying different sports.
Yeah. And
they all have their own really particular skill sets.
In general, you're going to avoid some of the repetitive stress injuries if you're playing other sports too, right?
The numbers are undeniable. Yeah. It's absolutely true that you will experience far higher rates of repetitive stress injury, serious injury, by the way, not just, it hurts, by being the kid whose parents jam them into one sport year round.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for everybody, but I think that the other part of it is just kids like to play different games. Let them play different games.
Yes. Mitch from New Jersey is up next year. Now batting, Mitch. Hello, Mitch. What's up?
How's it going? How's it going, Mark? Whitey?
Yeah.
Hey, Mitch.
Let me tell you, if the Lions win this game, be big Gibson. It'd be like, Harrison Barnes scored 32, more than double his output. I don't expect that. The 49ers are pretty deep. If you don't have Debo, you still got Ayuk. Jennings is pretty tough, and you got Kittle's there, which you have 2 good running backs.
Yeah, but Detroit's legit, Mitch, don't you think?
Yeah, I know. It's a good story. Goff. There's a reason why he was there. No one picking that draft. He's like 5 times better than Wentz. The good running backs, good receiver, my USC boy Brown. Good tight end. Yeah, it's gonna be a good game. But it's like I don't want to compare to the King games last night. That was some game. Sabonis, he's such a workhorse, and Barnes, he woke up with a coming out party for Mr. Barnes there. Anyway, I'm a Barnes hater, but anyway, it's really a great game. This great games this weekend.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. That's even. Mitch is a Barnes hater.
Yeah.
He has to say he had a great game last night.
Yeah.
How about that?
But he doesn't expect it to recur.
One more here. Ashley joining us, Sactown Sports. Hello, Ashley. How are you?
Doing all right. Yourself?
Good. What can we do for you?
Not much. This is going to be a little bit of a different topic than football or the baseball. But I was actually calling in wanting to talk Kings real quick.
Yeah.
That game last night, so good to end that 4-game skid. That 4-game losing streak felt like it went on for like 20 months. I mean, I know it didn't, but like it just felt like it never ended. And I was glad to see the Kings come out with the energy that they did. And not only that, but to see us come on top without any of our star players really having a great game. Sure, Domas had a really good game, but I mean, in terms of scoring, he was a little off. De'Aaron was off. And it's good to see the Kings just kind of have one of those group wins that we had last year.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley. I think that's a great point. Last night I was thinking first half, it seemed like, all right, the guys who normally shoot, you're not shooting tonight. It's other people are shooting night. And to your point, it is. I mean, when you have balanced scoring like that, you're just in general a tougher team to defend.
Of course. And the second unit was the same. I mean, there were points coming in.
Oh, here comes Kreidler talking about his guy, Sasha again.
Yeah. Come on.
You and Emmy on the chat. She loves Sasha.
Turn him loose. Let's go.
Turn him loose?
Yeah, let's go. Shots from all over.
Trade Harrison Barnes. Maybe you can start your boy, Sasha.
Sasha pulling up from the logo.
Yeah. He wouldn't be afraid. He's not afraid.
He probably
could make that shot.
Yeah.
But truly, yeah, the bench was extremely not just productive but balanced. And anytime you've got that, you're a tougher team to defend anyway. But it's noteworthy, and Ashley mentioned it, when on a night when Fox continues to be just a little bit off his game, it's reassuring to beat a team you're supposed to beat with other people just stepping up and taking some of the load. And Harrison Barnes was early in that game, clear that it was a night where you should feed him, and they did.
What's the latest trade talk wise around the NBA? We've got that for you next year. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
It took all 60 minutes, but the 49ers found a way to dispose of Green Bay.
1:30 and rolling to play in the game. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle, touchdown!
Next up in their quest for another Super Bowl title is a major roadblock with the Lions. San Francisco hosts Detroit Sunday at 3:30 in the NFC title game.
You can hear all the action right here on Sactown Sports and Sactownsports.com.
When the unexpected happens, trust AutoAccident.com. Loyalty and compassion set them apart. They're with you every step of the way. AutoAccident.com. That's AutoAccident.com.
Carmichael Dave here for my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Right now, American Energy offering $0 HVAC diagnostics. That's normally $99 for nothing. Let the American Energy team test your system, connections, and all the moving parts of your system to ensure it's functioning properly. Let me say that again. $0 to get your HVAC diagnostic-ted. That's not even a word. That's normally $100. Making the uncomfortable comfortable. That's what American Energy does. That's what they've done since 1981. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since then. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call today to schedule your appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Do it before January 31st or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there, here buck, there buck, everywhere buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-Do.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language? In as little as 3 weeks, Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com.
At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned certified cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our certified cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home of the 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Mark Kridler is in with us today. Kyle Draper will be back tomorrow. Is there kind of a double standard at work, Krides, when it comes to sports fans and PEDs? Because we know we had the Hall of Fame voting coming out today, those were elected. And I don't know that PEDs had an impact on any of these guys' careers with Maurer and Helton and Beltray. But we also had word today that Tristan Thompson's suspended 25 games for PED use. And it just seems that when it's football or basketball, it's like people don't even know. They barely even notice it. And it's fine. I don't really care, but I just think it's curious.
Yeah.
It does seem people get less upset than they used to in baseball, but still in baseball, it's a big thing, right?
It is for a couple of reasons. One is that sort of the biggest moment of scandal was magnified times, whatever, when Mark McGwire's going past all-time home run records. And by the way, Sammy Sosa right on his tail.
Yeah.
And then Barry Bonds makes what is legitimately going to always be considered history. But the story was about almost everything but his actual achievement, which I can honestly say now that I spend a lot more time around baseball than I had been, partly because of Ryan. I just know that every other hitter is in love with the way what Bonds knows about hitting is a lot. Whether he was ever going to be a good hitting coach, I don't know, but his story was consumed by this scandal. And so even now, this many years later, you still have at least once a year a flashpoint around performance enhancing drug use in the sport. Whereas in football, it's like, yeah, he got popped.
Wink, wink.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
And in the NBA, it's like, yeah, he's going away for a couple of weeks. But we're not going to talk about it. It was often said that the worst thing that the International Olympic Committee ever did was decide to publicize and announce each positive drug test.
Yeah.
The IOC, for all its other faults, was actually trying to be transparent. What it did was just create this weird perception that all Olympic athletes were cheaters because every time there was a positive test, they would announce the result. So part of it is sort of where in its history baseball's scandalous moments occurred. And they occurred in really huge moments.
Mm-hmm. And it's just
hard to get past it.
I think the leagues know now it's really bad for business. We don't want guys to take PEDs, but I mean, they have to announce it when something like that happens. But I don't think they're hoping to catch anybody. It's not like, oh, we're going to get these guys. Like, oh, let's hope we don't have to deal with this. It's bad for business.
Haven't seen a lot of it lately in Major League Baseball.
Right.
Sort of interesting subtopic is that minor league players still get popped all the time. And the testing is fairly rigorous in the minors, but also you think about the numbers that are coming into the system and how many players are desperately trying to climb from one rung to the next rung.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's not out of the question. But you don't read about that stuff because, on any sports fan's radar, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And I don't mean to, drive us back down into that rabbit hole about what's right, what's wrong, and blah, blah, blah. I just think it's curious that in baseball, and it was a while ago, people would get it was such a big story.
Yeah.
And now, like the Tristan Thompson thing, somebody mentioned it on the chat, and I'd read that today. I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's a play on now.
Yeah, it is a play on. And I think, sports have each had their own sort of huge moments that they had to deal with. The NBA, and now we're going way back, but the NBA had a drug problem, not performance-enhancing drug problem, a drug problem that burst out into the open and became a thing.
Baseball did too at a time.
Of course it did, yeah. The NFL obviously had a domestic violence problem, is the wrong way to put it, but it had an image problem that was directly related to legitimate domestic violence issues. And that's one of those things that you have to start figuring out. How are you going to address it? How are you, the Ray Rice story blew the league wide open because there was video. And so each league in its time is going to deal with a truly scandalous little period. Baseball's just got dragged out partly because it was magnified so much.
And the perception now is that it's clean, right? I think either it's that or people just don't care.
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, from the perspective of PED use, yeah, I think that's the perception. It's like baseball addressed it. The testing is very rigorous, and they never seem to announce anything. So it must be okay.
There you go. There you go. The Lakers haven't announced anything yet, but we do have this today from Dave McMenamin. Says the Lakers, their plan here, they're at the deadline, is to go out and get a bona fide star. So what the Lakers are hoping to do, according to this report, is trade some draft picks, maybe 3 draft picks, with some players already on the current roster to land either Trae Young or Donovan Mitchell of the Cavaliers. Good luck, Lakers. I don't think they're going to pull it off. And if they do, I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think they would pull it off if they completed one of those trades. Like, you want to add Trae Young to your defense? I don't think you do.
He's a star, Kreidler. You know that. You're from Oklahoma. He's a superstar.
I actually think Donovan Mitchell's kind of a star, but I don't think Trae Young is exactly. I know he's well known, he's well paid, but I'm not sure he's a difference maker on a team that's trying to get over such a, like, the Lakers bar is not set where the Kings are. I don't care what their records are right now. The Lakers are trying to win a championship before LeBron leaves, period. That's the goal. That's what they're built around. So I actually think they'll be more inclined to take the equivalent of a wild 3. I really do think they'll jack up some pretty strange trade attempt here at some point.
Are you comfy right now? You're 3 ahead of them. Kings 7th as we speak, Lakers 9th, but they're looking to.
Not at all. No.
The Warriors are down there 12th. They may decide that's not our year, or they may decide let's do something, make a run. So the Kings are sitting there trying to figure out how to get better at the deadline. They're not the only team looking to do that in the West.
No, they're not. And we're going to find out in the next couple of weeks that other teams in the West are going to get better right in front of them. And the question is whether the Kings can actually put together a deal that improves their team, not just a move to satisfy people to say, make a move. And those are tricky, man. They're hard to come by, especially when you like your young core and you don't want to blow things up.
I like when the Kings play the Warriors, which is coming up Thursday. It gets feisty.
Yeah, it does. And it should.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming in, Mark Kreidler.
My pleasure. Yeah, thanks for having me.
We've all enjoyed it. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you for being with us today. Stick around. What do we have coming up, Kyle?
CBS Sports Radio.
Are you kidding me? CBS Sports Radio is
I could have told you that.
Right here on Sactown Sports.
For the final time in the regular season, the Sacramento Kings and Golden State Warriors collide.
Accelerates front court, gives to